Chapter 804. Bring him over. Chu Ruoyu gave the order. The people from the great clans all let out a long sigh of relief. Someone immediately volunteered and quickly left. The small courtyard fell into silence once again. Although the experts of the 5 great clans had surrounded the place, Wei Wuguang and the others were trapped in the formation. Their lives were in Lu Ye's hands, so they did not dare to have any rash action. However, it could be seen from the constant exchange of gazes that their hearts were far from as calm as they appeared on the surface. They must have some thoughts. The 5 great clans had controlled the Silver Snake Valley secret realm for nearly 1,000 years. Here, they were the heavens, the rulers. No one dared to resist him. When had they ever been so disrespected? Not to mention that the experts of the clan had been captured and their lives were out of their control. Even if Lu Yi had held back, he had already touched the bottom line of the 5 great clans. However, his previous ruthless style had undoubtedly made the 5 great clans fearful. Therefore, at this moment, no one took the initiative to say anything. They only angered him and made their clansmen suffer. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it was only the time it took to drink a cup of tea before Ing Wui, who was tied up in a wide range of purchasing tools, was brought over. It could be seen that Ing Wui had suffered a bit. At this moment, not only was his clothes naked, his face was also bruised and swollen. It was no wonder that the Silver Snake Valley wanted to inquire about him and Lu Yi, so they naturally had to use some methods. However, the cultivators from the 9 regions were all tough, especially the core disciples of the top sects like Ing Wuji. Even if he was against Lu Ye's camp, how could he betray him at this time? Therefore, even though he had been humiliated, the Silver Snake Valley had not been able to find out any useful information from Ing Wuji. After being brought to the small courtyard and seeing Lu Yi sitting there, Ing Wuji's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He was truly moved. He had thought that he had fallen this time, and he had not expected Lu Yi to come and save him. After all, everyone was enemies in the 9 regions. Yes, he had even tried to kill Lu Yi before. Logically speaking, Lu Yi could completely abandon him. The reason he was captured had nothing to do with Lu Yi. It was entirely because of his own incompetence and lack of vigilance. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would actually save him? Moreover, looking at the huge formation in the small courtyard, Lu Yi was actually fighting against him by himself. The secret compilation of the Book of Resistance, Q matter? Lu Yi raised his head and looked at him. I won't die. Ing Wuji grinned at him. When Lu Yi raised his head and raised his hand, the spiritual power of the formation that trapped Wei Wuguang and the others surged. Long Yu, who was injured, cried out in alarm. It was directly thrown out by an invisible force. A Long family cultivator with sharp eyes and nimble hands leaped up and caught Long Yu. After a brief examination, he discovered that although Long Yu's injuries were serious, he was still injured. Now that his life was no longer in danger, he nodded slightly at the Long family's patriarch. Let him go. Lu Yi looked at Chu Ruoyu. Chu Ruoyu frowned. Your Excellency, do you mean to exchange one life for another? A life for a life, fair and just. Lu Yi stood up slowly. He stood with his hands on his saber. As he stood up, the hearts of many experts in the small courtyard couldn't help but tighten. When he was sitting there, no one felt anything, but when he stood up, many cultivators felt something. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as if the one standing in front of him was not a human, but an ancient ferocious beast that was about to devour him. Their hearts trembled. Or, you can also choose not to exchange. As Lu Yi spoke, the weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 3 Imperial equipment streaks of light shot out, landing squarely on Feng Wuji and the others' super gate T. His feet were flat, but no matter how hard he tried, Chu Xiu would still reach him. Murderous intent. No one dared to doubt him. At this moment, if Chu Ruoyu dared to say the word tenant, someone in this small courtyard would die on the spot. Calm down, little friend. Wait a moment. The group of people cried out in alarm, afraid that Lu Yi would really kill those people. Chu Ruoyu stared coldly at Lu Yi, his heart full of frustration. He was also an experienced person, but ever since he came to this small courtyard, when he saw this youth, he had always been led by the nose by the other party. How could he be willing to accept this? But now, even if they surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through, their situation was inferior. The youth in front of him had a ruthless and decisive style, which could be seen from how he left 3 holes in Chu on his body when he was slightly displeased. Seeing this, if the experts of the great families died here because of him, then he, as the master of the secret realm, would probably have to abdicate in advance. Let him go. Chu Ruoyu waved his hand. As the spiritual power surged, the spirit artifact that bound Ing Wuji was taken away. Ing Wuji went to Shui Yong's side and turned his head. He felt a great sense of security, and his words were also in the area. He was angry. Where are my things? Although he had his own storage space like Lu Yi and didn't have many things in his storage space, he couldn't just let it be for free. Others took advantage of him. Give it back to him. Chu Ruoyu ordered again. Someone untied a storage bag from his waist and threw it to Ing Wuji. He checked it for a moment and then raised his head. There's also a sound transmission. Stone. Chu Ruoyu raised his hand and threw Ing Wuji's sound transmission stone back. That's more like it. Ing Wuji snorted coldly. Dong. A sound rang out. Lu Yi held the Pan Shan saber in front of him and folded his hands on the hilt. Now we can talk about other things. Chu Ruoyu looked vigilant. What do you want to talk about? The method to contact the other 2 secret realms or find the entrance to those 2 secret realms. Also, we have to leave this place. Inside. As soon as he said this, not only did Chu Ruoyu frown, even the other cultivators in the small courtyard were puzzled. The 2 of you aren't from those 2 secret realms? Someone asked. Their new first Huang Zhe, Mad Leaf, and Ing Wuji came out of the duo Su Si family's 4th secret, Ru Zui Lu Jiesher Palace's secret realm, and Zhang Shilai was very impressive. It seemed like that wasn't the case. If they came from one of these 2 secret realms, why would they come to the Silver Snake Valley to inquire about those things? But if this person didn't come from those 2 secret realms, where could he come from? How could a stronghold outside nurture such a person? This was simply inconceivable. Chu Ruoyu also found it hard to believe, but if the other party was deliberately mystifying, it was obviously unnecessary. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he said in a deep voice, "Little friend, you're making things difficult. The 3 great secret realms of the human race are all extremely hidden. In the void, even if the people in this secret realm leave, they have to arrive at a specific place at a specific time and use spiritual objects to receive them. Only by guiding them can they open the door. How could my Silver Snake Valley have a way to find the other 2 secret realm portals? If there really was one, then those 2 wouldn't be at ease. What's the way to contact them?" Chu Ruoyu said. "It has always been the 3 great secret realms emissaries who meet outside that there will be some communication. There's no way to contact them, so we can't help you with what you're asking for." He didn't tell the truth, because the 3 great secret ants had an agreement in the early years that they would each send people to a certain secret realm within a year. Thus, they would exchange some information with each other, or they would talk about some important matters. Of course, he didn't need to tell Lu Yiyan about this kind of thing. Moreover, it was useless to say it, because there was still a long time before the next 3 great secret realms. There was still more than a year before the 3 secret realms met. However, the Silver Snake Valley did not take the initiative to contact the other 2 secret realms, nor did they find the 2 secret realm portals. Ability. Those 2 didn't have it either. Lu Yiyan listened quietly and observed his expression. He felt that this old man didn't seem to be lying. He secretly had a headache. He had only walked through 1 secret realm, and there were already so many twists and turns. How could he find the other 2? As for sending the two of you away, there's no problem. Chu Ruoyu paused. However, this old man also has a request. Speak. Other than letting those 4 people go, this old man wants the refining method of the sound transmission stone. From all the previous events, it could be concluded that the young man with the saber was able to negotiate the legendary area stone. As for the spirit pill, Chu Ruoyu didn't have the chance to give it to him. The refining method of the spirit pill was too interesting. It depended on the refining level of the alchemist and the supply of raw materials, so even if he got it, it might not be of much use. Moreover, the 2 people in front of him might not know the refining method of the spirit pill. Ingwuji laughed. Old man, it's not a good thing to be too greedy. It's just a small request, I hope you can fulfill it. Chu Ruoyu ignored him, and only looked at Lu Yi. Sure. What Chu Ruoyu and the cultivators of the 5 great clans didn't expect was that Lu Yi agreed so readily. After agreeing, he immediately took out a blank jade slip, activated his spiritual power, and imprinted the refining method of the sound transmission stone on it. Type. After that, he tossed the jade slip to Chu Ruoyu. So simple? Chu Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, almost suspecting that Lu Yi was up to something. He quickly immersed his mind and checked the jade slip. He looked at the contents, but couldn't find anything special. He didn't know much about refining weapons, so he passed the jade slip to a cultivator beside him to let him check if it was real or fake. That cultivator checked for a while before saying uncertainly, "There should be no problem." There was no problem. Lu Yi didn't hide the refining method of the sound transmission stone. As for whether the Silver Snake Valley could refine it, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. This thing wasn't difficult to refine, but it wasn't easy either. Lu Yi could easily refine it because he had the foundation of a spirit tattooist. Moreover, this wasn't something valuable, so Lu Yi didn't want to be entangled with them. It was more important to leave this place early and find the other 2 secret realms. The 4 of them. Chu Ruoyu looked at Wei Wuguang and the others who were trapped in the small courtyard. Lu Yi raised his hand and the array flags were retrieved. In the small courtyard, the array was lifted instantly. Chu Ruoyu's eyes twitched and he looked at Lu Yi meaningfully. It seems that you have absolute confidence in your own strength. Confidence? To hand over the refining method of the sound transmission stone so easily, and to let them go so easily, it showed that the young man in front of him had nothing to fear. This made Chu Ruoyu a little uncomfortable. All kinds of dangerous thoughts surged in his heart, but he couldn't make up his mind. First, the 2 of us only want to discuss this place. Of course, you can try to make us stay. Shang Jiyi looked calmly. He was Ruoyu. The 2 of them looked at each other. One was full of vitality, the other was as deep as the abyss. The atmosphere in the small courtyard immediately became hostile. After a long while, Chu Ruoyu let out a long breath. Heroes come from the youth. Chapter 805. Ingwuji almost thought that the 2 sides were going to fight. After all, Lu Yi had released the hostages in his hands, and the Silver Snake Valley was no longer restrained. Instead, the 2 of them were surrounded by many experts of the 5 great clans, and the situation was bad. Of course, he did not doubt that Lu Yi had the ability to kill his way out of here, but he himself might not have the ability. He had already made up his mind that if they really fought, he must follow Lu Yi closely and must not fall into the hands of the 5 great clans again. Previously, he was careless and was captured. That was because he was stupid. If he was captured again, he would not have the face to ask Lu Yi to save him again. But who would have thought that after looking at each other for a long time, after a long sigh from Chu Ruoyu, the expected battle did not happen. That long sigh was not only Chu Ruoyu's praise for Lu Yi, but also his concession. He clearly realized one thing. If they really fought, the cultivators gathered around the small courtyard would probably suffer heavy casualties. So under Chu Ruoyu's command, a group of experts of the 5 great clans surrounded Lu Yi and Ingwuji and walked towards the direction of the door. It was both an escort and surveillance. After an hour, they had arrived at the location of the door of the secret realm. The cultivators on guard duty here obviously didn't know what was going on. When they saw a large group of people flying over from afar, they were all startled. When they went forward to ask for the reason, they understood that they were actually sending the two intruders out of the secret realm. For a moment they were indignant. For so many years, other than the Silver Snake Valley, who had brought in some humans from outside, no one had ever been tempted like this before. For so many years, no one had ever intruded into the Silver Snake Valley other than the human clan that he had brought in from the outside. No matter what the intruder's background was or what his purpose was, this was a blatant invasion and a slap to the face of the Silver Snake Valley. So it was hard for them to imagine why the higher-ups would reach such an agreement with these two intruders. But since this matter had been decided, they could not interfere and could only follow orders. The so-called door was not a substantial door, but the space here was relatively weak, and there were means left by the great cultivators of the Silver Snake Valley in the early years that could be slightly controlled. In this way, the cultivators of the Silver Snake Valley had to pass through here if they wanted to enter the secret realm. I'll let you know. It's not easy to open the door, and it might take some time. I'll have to ask the two of you to wait. After landing, Chu Ruoyu said to Lu Yi and ordered the cultivators on duty, "Open the door." Yes. The group of cultivators on duty accepted the order and immediately got busy. Lu Yi stood there quietly. Unlike Ying Wuji, who was constantly on guard, Lu Ye's posture was relaxed, as if he didn't care about the gazes that were staring at him from all directions. But the more he acted like this, the more the cultivators from the 5 great clans didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't know how strong Lu Yi was, but they knew how strong Long Yu and Wei Wuguang were. This kind of person who could casually defeat Long Yu and Wei Wuguang and even easily capture them, how could his strength be weak? No one doubted that if someone really dared to provoke him, that seemingly harmless figure would definitely take action. As time passed, Lu Yi frowned. Too slow. It had been an hour since they arrived here, but the door still hadn't opened. From what he could see, the cultivators on duty, who were in charge of opening the door, were deliberately delaying it. He really didn't know how to open the door, but he could tell whether they were doing their best or not. Chu Ruoyu said, "The opening of the door has always been like this. Little friend, please. If the door doesn't open in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of us won't leave." Lu Yi turned his head and looked at Chu Ruoyu coldly. Such an obvious threat immediately caused the cultivators around to burst into an uproar. Even Chu Ruoyu narrowed his eyes. "It's good that you won't leave, it's good that you won't leave." Ying Wuji grinned, looking eager to try. Ever since he had arrived at the secret territory, he had been captured and imprisoned. After that, he had been tortured. His heart was filled with anger and he had nowhere to vent it. If Lu Yi really wanted to start a massacre here, then it would be a great opportunity for him to exact his revenge. He would also let the 5 great families know why he, Ying Wuji, had been able to obtain the 16th place in the Cloud River contest. Amidst the commotion, Chu Ruoyu raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding noise immediately quieted down. He avoided Lu Ye's gaze and looked at a cultivator on duty next to the door. "Kong, if you don't care about the cost, can you open the door in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn?" Chu Kong pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Yes." "Then, open it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Yes." Chu Kong accepted the order and shouted, "Move faster." "Then, open it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Yes." Chu Kong accepted the order and shouted, "Move faster." Only then did Chu Ruoyu look at Lu Yi. "Little friend, can you do as you wish?" "I hope so." The cultivators on duty indeed moved faster. Specks of golden light began to spread, outlining the shape of the door in the void. Lu Yi divided his attention, observing the door while remaining vigilant of all movements. Since things had reached this point, he didn't want to make any mistake. Although he had reached a deal with the Silver Snake Valley, he could faintly feel that the Silver Snake Valley was up to something. It was definitely not just because they were afraid of him and wanted to send him away quickly. Looking at the door and thinking about everything that had happened before, he vaguely had some guesses in his heart. "How long will it take to pass through?" Lu Yi asked. Chu Ruoyu said, "When the door is stable, you can pass through. Of course, if little friend wants to leave now, that's fine too. However, under the situation where the door is unstable, there might be some unexpected situations." "For example?" "That's hard to say. In the end, this door is a method left behind by the great cultivators from 1,000 years ago. Now we can only activate it slightly and don't know the reason." Chu Ruoyu reached out and stroked his beard, keeping it a secret. Lu Yi nodded slightly and suddenly turned to look at Chu Ruoyu. "What's outside the door?" Chu Ruoyu's stroking of his beard paused imperceptibly and followed up. "Outside the door is naturally the Wushuang continent." The corners of Lu Ye's mouth curled up slightly and a sneer appeared. He took a step forward and walked towards the door. Ing Wuji had been paying attention to his movements and hurriedly followed after seeing this. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth curled up slightly and a sneer appeared. He took a step forward and walked towards the door. Ing Wuji had been paying attention to his movements and hurriedly followed after him. Chu Ruoyu's expression changed. "Little friend, the door is not stable yet. There are many risks involved in passing through at this time. Please reconsider." Lu Yi pretended not to hear him and his figure flickered as he stepped into the door. The golden door trembled slightly and showed signs of collapsing, but it quickly stabilized. Following closely behind Lu Yi, Ing Wuji also stepped into the door and the two of them completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Chu Ruoyu's face sank and he turned to Chu Ankong and asked, "Where is the door?" The others also paid close attention. The reason why they agreed to send Lu Yi and Ing Wuji away was because Chu Ruoyu and the other leaders of the 5 great families had their own plans. On one hand, they were afraid of Lu Ye's strength and did not want him to continue staying in Silver Snake Valley sealed realm. How could they allow others to sleep next to their bed? If such a person stayed in Silver Snake Valley, no one would be safe, so it was better to deal with him as soon as possible. However, although these people's strength wasn't too bad, they had long lost the courage and boldness to fight to the death. So whether it was Chu Ruoyu or the other leaders, none of them were willing to engage Lu Yi and Ing Wuji in a direct confrontation. If they wanted to deal with these two intruders but did not want to have any direct conflict with them, then there was only one way. Borrowing the hands of a corpse race powerhouse. The sealed realm drifted in the void and did not reveal itself. Although the trajectory of its movement was not fixed, there were still traces to follow. Each of the 5 great families had a cultivator who was responsible for calculating the location of the door. The person in charge of this was Chu Ankong. Opening the door would not be easy and would take a lot of time, but it was just a cover for Chu Ruoyu. Opening the door of the sealed realm did require some resources, but as long as it was done properly, the door could be opened in a dozen breaths. If it really took a long time, how could the envoys return safely? Therefore, when Chu Ruoyu said these words, Chu Ankong immediately understood his intentions. It was clear that he wanted to open the door at a specific location and send the 2 intruders out. After that, things were simple. Chu Ankong secretly calculated the location of the door, chose a suitable place, and kept delaying the time. But the result was not as he wished. The boy with the saber obviously noticed something. He not only urged Chu Ankong, but also moved before the door was completely stable. So the position of the door was not very ideal. Chu Ankong said, "It should be near Lin Sun's tomb." After thousands of years of accumulation, the Silver Snake Valley knew which places on the Wushuang continent could safely open the door and where there were hidden dangers, but at least they knew most of them. Otherwise, the sealed realm could not open the door in a safe place every time to avoid some dangerous places. Lin Sun's tomb. A group of people heard this and took a breath of cold air. The corpse race was also transformed by the human clan. Lin Sun seemed to be a strong man on the Wushuang continent hundreds of years ago. Master Lin Sun. A group of people heard this and took a breath of cold air. The corpse race was also transformed by the human clan. Lin Sun seemed to be a strong man on the Wushuang continent hundreds of years ago. After turning into a corpse race, not only did his combat strength not decrease, but he also gained many abilities of the corpse race, which was extremely difficult to deal with. There were many strong men in the corpse race. The most powerful one was naturally the Golden Corpse King, and there were several corpse commanders under him who were also very powerful. Lin Sun's strength might not be as good as that of the corpse commanders, but it was not too far away. He had tens of thousands of corpses under his command, and they usually lay in the tomb to raise their corpses. Lin Sun's tomb was also listed as a forbidden place by the Silver Snake Valley. Within 30,000 miles, no one dared to open the door easily, for fear that Lin Sun would notice and come to find them. Although the opening of the door does not make a big noise, as long as it is not too far away, it should be able to alarm Lin Sun. Chu Ankong said with a look of pity, "If we can delay it for half a day, we can directly open the door in the territory of the Silver Corpse Commander, and the two of them will definitely die." Chu Ruoyu shook his head slowly. "This is also the best result. If we really open the door in the territory of the Silver Corpse Commander, it may not be a good thing for us. Let's use the heavenly mirror and see how those two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth will die." He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud. Chapter 806. The Divine Mirror was also a treasure left behind by ancient cultivators. The cultivators in the secret realm could monitor the situation outside with this treasure. Under normal circumstances, before the Silver Snake Valley opened the door, they would activate the Divine Mirror to check the outside world. After confirming that there were no Corpse Clan ambushes outside, they would open the door. This time, in order to avoid giving themselves away, they did not activate it in advance. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji, the two outsiders, naturally knew nothing about this. As soon as Chu Ruoyu finished speaking, the cultivators on duty worked together to take out a treasure that looked like a bronze mirror and poured their spiritual power into it. Very quickly, ripples appeared in the copper mirror. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. As the ripples slowly stabilized, a scene of fishing from a high vantage point appeared in the bronze mirror. The group of people looked over and two figures immediately appeared in their field of vision. It was Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. Dozens of miles away from the two of them, there was a huge yellow cloud that rolled and wriggled, sweeping over like a sandstorm. Even through the heaven-reflecting mirror, the Silver Snake Valley cultivators could feel the monstrous ferocious power in the yellow cloud. Lin Sun was indeed alarmed. Someone was delighted. "Now, these two can't live even if they want to. Valley Master's plan is unparalleled. He took care of them without bloodshed. How dare they break into the secret realm of our Silver Snake Valley? They really don't know what's good for them. Seduso CC first. It's a pity. These two people are quite strong. If they could be used by our Silver Snake Valley." The person who spoke slowly shook his head. "Forget about the captured one. The strength of the youth with the sword was not quite good, but a little too strong. Even if such a person was used by them, they would not dare to rest assured." On the other side, Lu Yi and Ing Wuji turned their heads to look in the direction of the yellow cloud. Ing Wuji's expression immediately changed. This movement. It's a zombie horde. When he came to the Wushuang continent, he suffered a great loss at the hands of the zombie horde, so he had some psychological trauma. Especially at this moment, he was not in a good state. Looking at the scale of the zombie horde, it seemed to be more magnificent than the ones he had encountered before. It could be seen that this zombie horde was tyrannical. "Why aren't you running?" Ingwuji glanced at Lu Yi, only to see Lu Yi looking up at the sky, staring at a certain spot in the sky. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. The strength of his mind made him feel as if he was being spied on. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, he could roughly guess. Inside the secret realm, the people from the Silver Snake Valley were all shocked when they met the deep gaze. He sensed it? Some people found it hard to believe that he could sense the existence of the heavenly reflection mirror. What kind of trick was this young man? Chu Ruoyu's expression also became serious. He had overestimated Lu Ye's strength as much as possible before, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated him. To be able to perceive the divine mirror meant that his mental strength was beyond his imagination. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the mystic realm didn't have any major conflicts with him and fulfilled his requests as much as possible. He was secretly complacent. No matter how strong he was, now that he had alarmed Lin Sun, he was afraid that he would die without a burial place. "Can you run?" Outside the mystic realm, Lu Yi asked faintly after hearing Ingwuji's urging. "I have to run even if I can't. How about you carry me?" Ingwuji looked helpless. He had suffered a lot of torture in the dungeon of Wuyuan City. Although his vitality wasn't greatly damaged, his strength was also damaged. If he wanted to escape, he might not be able to escape. Lu Yi didn't speak. Under Ingwuji's surprised gaze, he took a step forward. The next moment, the spiritual energy around his body surged and the fiery red spiritual energy spread all over the void. Ingwuji couldn't help narrowing his eyes and couldn't look directly at it. The rolling and surging spiritual energy seemed to have a mind of its own. It transformed into a clearly visible yin and yang that quickly intertwined and spread out in all directions. Ingwuji, who was wondering what Lu Yi was doing, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A great shock spread all over his body, and he suddenly had the illusion that a fierce beast was about to break out of the cage. The dazzling light slowly converged, and the scene in his field of vision was imprinted in his eyes. "This is..." Ingwuji's eyelids suddenly contracted. Looking at it, the spiritual energy surging out of Lu Ye's body was rapidly spreading out, with him as the center, outlining the outline of a huge divine bird. The divine bird was not fully formed, only a rough outline, but its monstrous power made people's hearts tremble. It was hard to imagine what kind of power it would have if it was fully formed. Looking at the divine bird, its body was huge and smooth, with long feathers behind its tail. The unpredictable yin and yang quickly took shape in the body of the divine sense, turning into flesh and blood that filled the body. The spiritual energy surged more and more fiercely. Roar! 30 miles away, the zombie horde that had followed the trail rushed over. As if it had also sensed something, the rolling yellow clouds suddenly sped up at this moment. Within the yellow clouds, the figures of the rotting corpses floated and sank. Uncertain. What is this? In the Silver Snake Valley secret realm, a group of cultivators from the 5 great families who were waiting to watch a good show were also shocked. Looking at the fledgling divine bird that suddenly appeared, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although they were separated by a layer of heaven and earth and couldn't feel the power of the divine bird, just by looking at its size, they could tell that it was definitely a spell that could destroy the heavens and earth. That saber-wielding youth still had such a shocking method? For a time, many people were dripping with cold sweat. Copious spiritual energy flowed out of his body, turning into yin and yang that connected and merged, turning into flesh and blood that filled the divine bird's body, and then the feathers on the divine bird's body began to become vivid. Towering between heaven and earth, endless power filled the air, and the divine bird seemed to have been given life, turning into a living creature. Ingwuji had already retreated more than 10 miles, looking at the fiery red divine bird, muttering, "Fire Phoenix!" He suddenly remembered something. As a cultivator from the War Province, He had also secretly inquired about Luia, and it seemed to have mentioned this spell. In the hunting ground, his cultivation was low, and he was chased by countless Devil Ridge cultivators. In the end, he had no way to escape and was forced to use a golden body token to protect himself. At that time, he seemed to have activated this spell, and in the desperate situation, he killed many Devil Ridge cultivators and became famous in the Cloud River battlefield. But after that, people analyzed that it was very likely the power of a rare treasure. Otherwise, with Lu Ye's cultivation at that time, how could he activate such a powerful spell? And since the hunting ground, it seemed that no one had seen Lu Ye activate this spell again. Until now, when the fire phoenix reappeared in the world, its image was clearly reflected in Ing Wuji's vision. How could he not understand that this was not the power of a rare treasure at all, but the ability of Lu Ye himself? But, although this spell was strong, it seemed that the time it took to accumulate power was too long. In a real life and death battle with a strong enemy, this spell would not have time to activate. It was also at this moment that Lu Ye had enough time and space to use this technique before the enemy arrived. Wasn't this guy a weapon cultivator? How in the world did he master such a complex and exquisite technique? Ing Wuji stared at the intricate patterns that outlined the spell. He knew that even if he spent his entire life, he would never be able to touch the surface of this spell. Moreover, even orthodox Dharma cultivators were only at the 8th level of Cloud River. Even a Kai realm cultivator would not be able to use such a technique. Even a true Lake realm cultivator would not necessarily have such a huge heart, spirit, and exquisite control of spiritual power. Lu Ye, what a monster! At this moment, even though he was from a different camp, Ing Wuji's heart was stirred. This was the cultivator of the 9 regions. Compared to those dogs in the Silver Snake Valley, how could they be just a little bit stronger? Roar! 10 miles away, a deafening roar came from the rolling horde of zombies. However, compared to the previous roar, the roar this time was obviously more fearful and anxious. Obviously, the zombies controlling the horde of zombies had also realized that something was wrong. If they did not kill the person who cast the spell before it was fully formed, they would definitely be the unlucky one. However, it was already too late. When the yellow cloud that covered the sky with countless zombies approached 5 miles in front of Lu Ye, the fire phoenix that was originally condensed in mid-air suddenly extended its wings and flapped them lightly. At this moment, it seemed to have completely come alive. Screech! The clear and melodious cry of the bird resounded through the sky, and the huge the red figure flapped its wings and looked over. Wherever it passed, the scorching heat wave caused the void to distort. The long collar feathers behind its tail dragged out specks of red light, connecting together to form a fiery red belt of light. It was magnificent and magnificent. However, under this incomparably beautiful figure, there was a monstrous killing intent hidden. The huge yellow cloud that was rushing over suddenly stopped. Under the shocked gazes of Ing Wuji and the many Silver Snake Valley cultivators, it turned around and ran. It escaped. Chu Ruoyu staggered. He basically could not believe his eyes. That was Lin Sun, one of the most powerful cultivators below corpse commanders. He was a vicious existence that made the 3 great secret realms of the human race avoid him. Someone so powerful actually fled from the divine bird without putting up a fight? However, how could he escape? The wings of the fire phoenix flapped steadily, but it was extremely fast. Its huge figure turned into a scorching streak of fire. In just a few seconds, it had caught up to the fleeing horde of zombies. The fiery red figure crashed into the yellow cloud. The collision of yellow and red basically did not cause any ripples at all. It had only been a single clash, and the outcome had been decided. The yellow cloud was burned to nothingness, including the zombies hidden within. They were all reduced to ashes. After the fiery red light receded slightly, it expanded loudly and enveloped a large area of space. It seemed like a rain of zombies had fallen between the heavens and the earth, Only after the blinding red light had dispersed did the scene in the air appear before their eyes. The fire phoenix was gone, and the yellow cloud that swept through the heavens and the earth was gone. There were only two figures standing in the air. A blade-wielding youth had already drawn his blade from its scabbard. A charred corpse that was so charred that its original appearance could not be made out was placed across the corpse's neck. The blade had already sunk 3 inches into the flesh. The charred corpse raised its huge hand and gripped the blade of Mount Wu's blade, making a final struggle. The world seemed to fall silent in that moment. The blade flashed past, and the corpse was decapitated. Chapter 807. Lu Yi sheathed his saber. He raised his eyes and looked somewhere in the sky. Quickly put away the divine mirror. Chu Ruoyu was flustered and hurriedly ordered. The last slash didn't seem to be aimed at Lin Sun, but at his neck. Even if they were separated by heaven and earth, he still had the illusion of a cold-necked dolphin. Beside Chu Ruoyu, the practitioners of the 5 families were all silent. Originally, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Who would have thought that they would see such a terrible scene? A powerful undead like Lin Sun, together with the undead under his command, was burned to a crisp by the Tao of man. Even Lin Sun himself was killed. Such strength, such ferocity. Everyone was glad that the young man with the saber didn't use such a technique in Wuyuan City. Otherwise, the whole city would be in purgatory. Now it seemed that losing their spirit was also good. If they hadn't lost their spirit for a long time, they might have had a fight with the 2 intruders. Although they had offended the 2, as long as they couldn't find the door to the secret realm, they couldn't come in again. Almost everyone couldn't help but have the same thought. They didn't want to meet the young man with the saber again in this life. In midair, Lu Yi withdrew his gaze and quietly stuffed a large number of spirit pills into his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, he turned around. He swept his gaze in a certain direction and rushed towards Ing Wu Ji. In that direction, 2 figures were hiding. Hong Xian's shock couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The reason why the 2 of them were here was not by chance, but because they had been squatting here and monitoring Lin Sun for some days. They didn't expect to see such a shocking scene because of a competition. "It's all right," one of them said softly. "Yes." The other quickly raised his hand to his mouth. "Be quiet." He felt that the young man with the saber glanced at them when he turned around. How could he dare to be careless in the face of such a fierce person? Seeing Lu Ye's figure going away, he quickly got up. Follow him. In any case, they had to figure out the origin of that person. If they could help him, it would be best. He had killed a powerful zombie like Lin Sun and his subordinates by himself. How could such a talent be buried? Such strength and such a terrifying technique were simply unheard of. They just didn't know which one of the other 2 secret realms he came from. After meeting up with Ing Wuji, Lu Yi led him all the way up. At the same time, he silently activated the Taoist meal to quickly refine the effect of the spiritual pills in his stomach and enhance his strength. Not long ago, he had to do a long preparation to activate the Fire Phoenix spiritual tattoo, and even had to use the spiritual energy in his spiritual storage. But now, with his own spiritual energy reserves, he was barely able to draw this spiritual Taoist spirit tattoo. The time. Without a doubt, this was the benefit brought about by the rapid increase in cultivation. However, the Fire Phoenix spirit was strong. However, if it was used in a life-and-death battle with a strong opponent, it was still not very suitable. Although Gao Shi's time was greatly reduced, in front of a strong opponent who was on par with him, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to accumulate power. That was why the situation was like before. The reckless enemies were attacking him from afar, giving him enough time to prepare. But then again, he had several trump cards up his sleeves. They all needed to be stored up. This blood and his transformation secret technique. It was not easy to obtain a powerful armor like the Dragon Emperor from the Soaring Dragon realm, but it was still damaged and could not be used. He wondered how his honored master was doing now. His current cultivation was at the 8th Order Cloud River realm, and he was not far from the open Cloud River battlefield. Once he left the open Cloud River battlefield, the environment would not be so safe. He might face a life or death crisis at any time. I need to have some life-saving means. Thinking so in his heart, Ingwuji's words rang in his ears. Lu Yi, I, Ingwuji, will remember your life-saving grace. I will repay you in the future. This was the second time Sui Yi had saved his life. The first time was when he was chased by a group of zombies in the Peerless Continent. Lu Ye's void puppet had appeared and saved him. This time, Lu Yi had rescued him from the hands of the 5 great clans in one piece. It would be a lie to say that he was not grateful, but after all, they were on opposite sides. There were many things that were not up to Ingwuji. Just now, he had been immersed in the shock brought by the Fire Phoenix Spirit Tomb. When one was unable to recover until now. Sincerely expressing his thanks, his face was filled with gratitude. It was just a matter of convenience. Lu Ye's words made Ingwuji feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Even if it was true, there was no need to say it so bluntly. Do I not care about face? But thinking about it carefully, perhaps Lu Yi had saved him in passing. If he wanted to open the Silver Snake Valley sealed world, he would have to clash with the 5 great families. Taking the hostages of the 5 great families, he would exchange them for Bai Ji Peng. Ingwuji's heart sank as he realized that in front of Lu Yi, Bai Ji, the 16th Order of the Cloud River realm, was not. Just as he was thinking, Lu Ye's figure suddenly fell down and a pole array appeared in his hand, shooting it out in all directions. Setting up a spirit array at this time? Ingwuji suddenly understood. It seemed that the technique just now must have consumed a lot of Lu Yi's strength, so he urgently needed to restore himself. Soon, the spirit array covering a large area was set up, causing Ingwuji to gasp in amazement. Such speed in setting up a spirit array was something he could never hope to achieve. Hide yourself, Lu Yeha ordered. Ingwuji did not ask why and immediately activated his concealment technique. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yi also disappeared from his field of vision. Behind Mo Zhangcha was Ingwuji, who was hiding in the dark. Suddenly, Ingwuji noticed something strange. It seemed that someone had penetrated the spirit array and, like him and Lu Yi, had concealed themselves and acted quietly. Ingwuji suddenly realized that Lu Yi had not arranged a spirit array here to restore himself, but rather because he had noticed that someone was secretly following them. Was it someone from Silver Snake Valley? Or was it someone else? Just as Ingwuji was feeling suspicious, suddenly there was a cry of alarm and 2 figures appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, these 2 people seemed to be pressed down by a colorless mountain, their figures trembling and their spirit chi fluctuating, their expressions difficult. The 2 looked exactly the same, but one of them was wearing blue robes. The other was wearing gray robes, so they should be a pair of playboys. The aura fluctuations coming from each of them were only at the Cloud River Realm 8th Order, but their auras and spirit chi were able to blend together perfectly. The 2 8th Order Masters were like a pair, exuding an imposing aura. It was even stronger than an ordinary 9th Order. What kind of technique is this? Ingwuji stared at Yu Pei in shock. Xian Fa. The expression of the man in blue robes changed. Realizing that this was not a dream, he hurriedly shouted, 2 fellow Taoists. My brother Ro has no intention of harming you, please show mercy. He was shocked. Bai Ji and his brother had unknowingly fallen into the enemy's spirit array, and now their lives were in the hands of others. What surprised him even more was, how long had it been? The 2 of them had set up a spirit array here. Wasn't this too fast? The other man in gray robes also shouted, You came to Bai Ji Dao Palace's secluded world, not some evil people. Bai Ji Dao Palace. A voice suddenly appeared. Lu Ye's figure appeared. This was really a coincidence. When Yi Ji Si was in Silver Snake Valley, He had asked Chu Ruosi about the other Shang clan's secluded world, but Chu Ruosi had no idea. He was having a headache about how to find those two secluded worlds, but who knew that just as he stepped out of Silver Snake Valley, he would run into people from Wei Tong Palace. With a wave of his hand, the pressure that enveloped the twins suddenly disappeared. The two of them exhaled a breath of white air, and their hearts still had lingering fear. Thinking about how they had been fighting in the dark, they realized that they had actually fallen into the enemy's formation. It turned out that the feeling from before was not an illusion. The enemy had long discovered them and set up a formation here, just waiting for them to walk right into the trap. You guys really came to Mu Zi Bo Dao Palace? Shi Yi looked at the two people in front of him. There's nothing to pretend about. The man in green robes clenched his fist. Shui Wei Dao Palace's Feng Yun Gan greets fellow Daoist. The man in gray robes also hugged GC. Feng Yun Wanli greets fellow Daoist. The names of these two brothers. Yi Chen Ye's eyes flashed. Why are you following me? Feng Yun Qianli smiled awkwardly. It's not intentional, it's just that us two brothers were ordered to guard Lin Sun's secluded lion clan. Seeing that fellow Daoist is like a deity descending from the heavens, and taking care of Lin Sun and his subordinates, we wanted to make friends with you. If we've caused any misunderstanding, we'll apologize to you immediately. With that said, the two brothers fell to the ground. Although these words were not entirely true, it was true that they were secretly following Lu Yi and Ying Wuji, but it was also true that they wanted to make friends with Lu Yi. The two of you were ordered to guard Yun Wei Dao Palace's natal food? Lu Yi was deep in thought. Shui Yi had gathered a lot of information in 5 Elements City. Among them, there was naturally the way the 3 great secret realms did things. The 3 great secret realms of the human race. The Silver Snake Valley was the most cowardly, and never dared to take the initiative to have any conflicts with the corpse race. When they met the corpse race, they would avoid them as much as possible. They had long lost the courage and vigor to fight against the corpse race. But in contrast, the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace's style was tough. The corpse race of the 2 continents' corpse race was pure and clean. For 1,000 years, Shui Wei Dao Palace had always wanted to get rid of the corpse race. For so many years, they had also been working hard to take the initiative to attack the South Atmosphere Factory race. They were also trying to persuade the other 2 great secret realms to join forces. They could only understand that the results were minimal. There was no need to talk about the Silver Snake Valley. They only wanted to guard their old territory. They even had to calculate the location of the door to open the P clan's territory. How could they join forces with the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace to take the initiative to attack? As for the 3rd Shumi Mountain secret realm, Yang had always been evasive. When they agreed to join forces with the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace, they did not refuse to drag it out. Their attitude was very national. However, the Jianhao Mountain had also spread the word that if the Silver Snake's name was Lang Yi, they would also join forces. Therefore, the current situation of the Wushuang continent was somewhat cowardly. Only the cultivation kings of the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace secret realm took the initiative to hunt the corpse race. Shumi Mountain was keeping an eye on the Snake Valley, and the Silver Snake's father adhered to the principle of being alone to the end. Chapter 808. Among the 3 secret realms of the Wushuang continent, Lu Yi had seen the Silver Snake Valley and knew he couldn't count on them. However, he had left a backup plan. When the critical moment came, it was impossible for the Silver Snake Valley to stay out of it. As for the other 2, Lu Yi was more inclined to cooperate with the Ziwei Taoist Palace. The practitioners in this secret realm were tough and had the demeanor of the 9 regions. If he could cooperate with them, the situation in the Wushuang continent could be changed. It could be said that the appearance of the brother Wind and Cloud was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. With many thoughts in his mind, Lu Yi asked, "What's the purpose of monitoring Lin Sun's tomb?" Wind and Cloud looked serious. Of course, to eradicate this evil. After hearing his explanation, Lu Yi finally understood that the Ziwei Daoist palace had many people like the Feng and Yun brothers who were scattered outside. These people were either in charge of searching for powerful corpse race members or monitoring their movements. When the time was right, the Ziwei Daoist palace would strike like a thunderbolt and exterminate all the corpse race members they had their eyes on. After so many years, the number of corpse clan who died in the hands of the Ziwei Taoist palace was more than 100 or 1,000 times more than the other two secret realms. When they traveled outside, they would occasionally help some human strongholds. Many human strongholds had received their kindness. If the cultivators of the Pure Land organization were to touch them, they would not have a good ending. May I ask which secret realm you two are from? The brother Wind and Cloud were very curious. They could be sure that these two people were not from the Ziwei Taoist palace. They had only been out of the secret realm for 2 months. It was impossible for the Ziwei Taoist palace to suddenly have two powerful figures. But could the Silver Snake Valley and Mount Meru cultivate such talents? We are not from the secret realm. The brother Wind and Cloud were stunned. If you are not from the secret realm, are you from some stronghold? Wind and Cloud looked incredible. If the two people in front of them were from the secret realm, they could accept it. Even if they were from the Silver Snake Valley, they were still cultivated by the secret realm. But coming from a stronghold was a bit unbelievable. The human strongholds in the Wushuang continent couldn't even guarantee their survival. How could such strong people be born? Kind of. Lu Yi repeated what he had said to Yuan Xiang, Drunk Mountain, and the others. The Wind and Cloud brothers exclaimed in disbelief. He was even more respectful towards him and Ing Wu Ji's non-existent master. After all, the two of them were already so powerful. How powerful would the master who nurtured them be? So in this world, there really was an unparalleled expert. But earlier I saw a door. 1,000 Miles of Windcloud was a little confused. The opening of the gate of Silver Snake Valley was easy to be observed. Otherwise, it would not alarm Lin Sun, who was dozens of miles away. It was because of this that the Windcloud brothers were almost certain that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji came from a mystic realm. I made a trip to the Silver Snake Valley, Lu Yi explained. 1,000 Miles understood, so that's how it is. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and was filled with righteous indignation. Those cowards deliberately opened the door near Lin Sun's tomb. They are obviously up to no good and want to trap you too. Only then did Ing Wuji wake up from his dream. He thought that the previous encounter was just bad luck, but now it seemed that he had been tricked by the Silver Snake Valley. No wonder Lu Yi left in a hurry without waiting for the door to stabilize. He had already realized this, so he was the only one who was kept in the dark. It seems that the two of you didn't get along well with the Silver Snake Valley. There was a small misunderstanding. 1,000 Miles of Windcloud felt Lu Ye's attitude and tried to figure out his thoughts. He made a decision and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoists, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Ziwei Taoist palace? The way humans treat their guests is not all like the Silver Snake Valley. If the two of you can come to my Ziwei Taoist palace, I believe the palace master will be very happy. The two people in front of them were very powerful. After the death of their master, they should have intended to seek refuge in the mystic realm. In the end, they had some unhappiness with the Silver Snake Valley and were abandoned by them. They even intended to use Lin Sun to trap them. But the Silver Snake Valley obviously didn't expect the two to be so powerful. They failed to trap Lin Sun and even killed him. The Ziwei Taoist palace was undoubtedly very welcoming to such strong people. If they could rope in the two of them, it would be a happy event for the Ziwei Taoist palace. Junior brother, what do you think? Lu Yi didn't agree directly, but looked at Ing Wuji. What can I think? Ing Wuji cursed in his heart. If you want to agree, just agree directly. What's the point of pretending? But on the surface, he was very respectful. It's all up to senior brother. Lu Yi pondered for a while. Brother Wind and Cloud watched nervously. After a while, Lu Yi made a decision. If so, let's go? The Feng and Yun brothers laughed in unison. Feng Yun Qianli said, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The Ziwei Daoist Palace will not let you down." Although Feng Yun Qianli was rough, he was very careful. "You two have just experienced a great battle. Why don't you rest and recover first? We will set off tomorrow so that you two know that the Ziwei Daoist Palace originally planned to raid Lin Sun's tomb tomorrow. In the mystic realm, many brothers have already prepared. They only need to wait for the mystic realm to wander nearby to open the portal. Now that Lin Sun has been dealt with, it saves us a lot of trouble. Yes, yes. So let's rest today. Tomorrow we will lead you to the portal." Since they said so, Lu Yi naturally agreed. He had consumed too much spiritual energy. Although he had taken some spiritual pills, he still needed some time to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a formation here and waited for the Feng and Yun brothers to enter the trap. Ing Wuji's condition was much worse than his. His injuries had not healed and he really needed to rest. The formation was not removed. Ing Wuji walked to the side and licked his wounds silently. While recovering, Lu Yi casually chatted with the Feng and Yun brothers, inquiring about some information that he didn't know. The Feng and Yun brothers wanted to win him over, so they wouldn't hide anything. Besides, what Lu Yi asked was nothing more than some common sense and didn't involve the secrets of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. However, after this conversation, the Feng and Yun brothers were more and more sure that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji were the kind of inexperienced people. Naturally, they were happy. It was really good luck to pick up such two strong people when they went out to carry out a task. The night was peaceful. The next day, Lu Yi had fully recovered. Although Ing Wuji's injuries had not healed, he was much better than yesterday. When it was almost time, the Feng and Yun brothers led the way, followed by Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. After walking for a short distance, which was near the battlefield yesterday, the Feng and Yun brothers stopped. The Ziwei Daoist Palace had already planned to raid Lin Sun's tomb. They only needed to wait for the mystic realm to wander nearby to carry out the plan. The portal was naturally not far from Lin Sun's tomb. At the same time, the mystic realm of the Ziwei Daoist Palace was connected to the outside world. Many practitioners were waiting for the battle. The leader of the group was a woman dressed as a man. She looked valiant and formidable. Normally, women dressed as men just wanted to hide their feminine characteristics. However, no matter how hard they tried to hide, their natural softness and beauty could not be erased. Although this woman dressed as a man, she didn't mean to hide her identity as a woman. Her beauty was not lacking in firmness. The softness of a woman and the strength of a man were perfectly integrated in her body. Especially her eyes, which were as bright as stars and as sharp as an eagle. He was young and looked like he was in his early 20s. However, the qi on his body was extremely dense. He was not any weaker than the experts on the Yunhe list. This woman was Pang Huanin, the current palace lord of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. For thousands of years, there were few women in the Ziwei Daoist Palace who could sit in the position of palace lord, let alone at such a young age. There was only one reason why Pang Huanin could occupy such a high position with such a young body. That was, she was strong enough. She had inherited the Ziwei Daoist Palace's style of doing things since ancient times. Although she was a woman, her style was tougher than many men. When dealing with the Corpse Clan, she adhered to the idea of exterminating all of them. It was not the first time that the Ziwei Daoist Palace had targeted the powerful Corpse Clan. Although Lin Sun was strong, it was not to the extent that she, the palace lord, had to deal with him personally. The reason why she came here this time was mainly to observe the strength of the two guests. Just a few days ago, the practitioners of the Ziwei Daoist Palace who were patrolling outside found two powerful practitioners. Seeing them kill the Corpse Clan like cutting melons and vegetables, they couldn't help but admire them. They went up to them and talked to them. Then, they led the two into the Ziwei Daoist Palace. Pang Huanyin didn't care about the background of these two people or whether they came from other mystic realms. As long as they could kill the Corpse Clan, the Ziwei Daoist Palace would accept them as one of their own. After a few days of contact, Pang Huanyin also found that the strength of these two people was indeed not to be underestimated. But what made her feel strange was that these two people claimed that they didn't come from other mystic realms, but they didn't seem to be from some stronghold. This was because Pang Huanyin could clearly sense that although the two of them were polite when dealing with people, there was an indescribable pride in their bones. Just like herself, such people generally came from extraordinary backgrounds, but in the current situation of the Wushuang continent, if they didn't come from those two mystic realms, how noble could their backgrounds be? Although there were many doubts about these two people, Pang Huanyin also adhered to the principle of not using people she didn't trust. This time, she came here mainly to see how they would perform, because the people who led them to the Ziwei Daoist Palace highly praised their strength. "Palace Lord, we're here." An old man stepped forward and bowed. "Do we need to activate the sky reflecting mirror first?" "No, Lin Sun's strength is extraordinary. If we activate the sky reflecting mirror, he may sense it and open the door directly." "Yes," the old man answered, bowed, and left to preside over the opening of the door. Many practitioners of the Ziwei Daoist Palace, who were waiting here, immediately activated their spiritual power secretly. In front of these practitioners, an unruly man holding a spear licked his lips and was full of fighting spirit. Beside him, another man in green clothes with a condensed breath also had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care about the upcoming battle at all, and even looked forward to it. Chapter 809. They were Lu Qing of the Myriad Laws Pavilion and Feng Ruli of the Lingyun sect. Their luck was undoubtedly much worse than Lu Yi and Ing Wuji's. Not long after coming to the Wushuang continent, they met. Both of them belonged to the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Even though Song Shanghan had a one-night stand, they had a natural closeness to each other. Later, they worked together to investigate the situation of this world. During this period, they encountered some corpses and fought many battles. The nearby patrolling cultivators of the Ziwei Daoist Palace noticed them and came to talk to them. Then, they were led into the Ziwei Daoist Palace. In these few days, the two of them slowly understood the general situation of this world. They also had some guesses as to why Tianji of the 9 continents would send them, who were ranked highly on the Cloud River battle ranking list, to such a place. Hearing that the Ziwei Daoist Palace was going to raid Lin Sun's tomb, they couldn't hold back and took the initiative to ask for help. Coming from the top sects of the 9 states, the pride in their bones couldn't be concealed even if they didn't deliberately show it. Brother Feng, the palace lord of the Ziwei Daoist Palace, probably wants to see our strength with her own eyes. "Don't hide your strength," Lu Qing said softly beside Feng Ruli. Feng Ruli grinned. "Don't worry. I won't let her harm us 9 states cultivators. But we still can't be careless. I heard that Lin Sun is a type of corpse and has killed a lot of corpses. Later, you and I will work together. I will find a way to make Lin Sun reveal his weakness, and you can kill him." Feng Ruli nodded and gently stroked the long spear in his hand. Spiritual light flashed on the spear, and his eyes were cold. "I will never underestimate any enemy." At this moment, a voice shouted, "The door is open." Feng Ruli moved and rushed toward the door with unparalleled momentum. Lu Qing, who was half a body's length behind him, followed closely behind. Many cultivators from the Ziwei Dao Palace saw this and praised them in their hearts. Regardless of whether these two were as powerful as they were rumored to be, just their courage to face the Corpse Clan without fear was a sign that they were of the same origin as the Ziwei Dao Palace. After the two, the well-prepared cultivators of the Ziwei Daoist Palace stepped through the door and rushed out of the secret realm. "Palace Lord." An old man beside Pang Huanyin bowed slightly. "Let's go. Let's see if our 2 guests are really brave." As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and took a few steps to the door. Then, his heroic figure passed through the door. His vision changed, but the expected battle did not break out. The many cultivators who had rushed out of the secret realm were scattered in the air, and their spiritual weapons were at a loss in their hands. Pang Huanin frowned slightly. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Did Lin Sun sense the danger and run away in advance? Otherwise, why was there no movement at all? What surprised her even more was the reaction of the two guests. At this moment, the two of them were both looking in a certain direction. The arrogance they had displayed even in front of her, the master of the secret realm, had completely vanished. Pang Huanin even sensed a hint of restraint from the two of them. What did he see? Pang Huanin followed their gazes, and saw a pair of twins flying over. When they got close, they cupped their fists respectfully and said, "1,000 miles of wind and cloud, 1,000 miles of wind and cloud, greet the palace lord." Pang Huanin nodded. She recognized that the two of them were her people who were in charge of checking Lin Sun's tomb. She asked, "Where did Lin Sun go?" "1,000 miles of wind and cloud," replied, "Lin Sun is dead." Pang Huanin raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Who did it?" In the current Wushuang continent, Lin Sun's strength was only below that of the corpse commanders. In the current Wushuang continent, apart from the Ziwei Daoist Palace, there were only two other secret realms that had the strength to take him down. However, would those two really dare to take the initiative to attack Lin Sun? Or did something happen that forced them to confront Lin Sun? "It's Lu Ye over there. Fellow Daoist Lu did it." 1,000 miles of wind and cloud turned around and pointed in the direction of Lu Ye. Only then did Long Huani notice the remnants of the battlefield from yesterday. She looked around and saw that a large area was filled with scattered pieces of charred corpses. Not far away, there was a head with eyes wide open and rotting flesh. Who else could it be but Lin Sun? Judging from the expression on his face before he died, he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. The corpse clan was an undead. They were not afraid of anything. What could possibly frighten them? Behind Pang Huanin, the old man asked, "Are you saying that just the two of them killed Lin Sun?" How unbelievable was this? Even if the Ziwei Daoist Palace wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they would have to send all their elite. After all, Lin Sun was a zombie. He had a huge group of zombies under his command. 1,000 miles of wind and cloud shook his head and said, "Elder Shao, the one who killed Lin Sun is only fellow Daoist Lu Ye." Even though the old man had seen many storms, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. He looked straight at 1,000 miles of wind and cloud with an expression that said, "Don't joke with me. Killing Lin Sun alone?" He didn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, judging from the remnants of the battlefield, that person not only killed Lin Sun but also wiped out the huge group of zombies under his command. It seemed that the person used an earth-shattering fire element spell. "Who are these two people?" Elder Shao asked in surprise. 1,000 miles of wind and cloud told him what he knew about Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. Hearing this, Pang Huanin's expression changed. Subconsciously, she looked at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli. A strong sense of déjà vu welled up in her heart. They didn't come from secret realms, but their strength was incomparably strong. How similar were these two to the previous two? Palace Master, could it be that these four people? Elder Shao had some doubts in his heart. Pang Huanin raised her hand slightly and said, "Just watch." Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sense of scrutiny. However, her mind was more focused on Lu Yi. Because of Lu Qing and Feng Ruli's sudden restraint, she realized something. Looking at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, who came out of the Ziwei Daoist Palace, Lu Yi was both surprised and not surprised. 9 people were sent here by Tianji of the 9 State. So far, he had only seen Ing Wuji. He didn't know the whereabouts of the others. But among the 9 people, except for Hua Ci, the others were all powerful. They were bound to stir up a storm in the small broken world. Ziwei Daoist Palace was very enthusiastic about the experts who dared to fight against the zombie clan. Many of their men were scattered outside. Therefore, as long as the cultivators from the 9 states were discovered by the Ziwei Daoist Palace, the two sides would definitely cross paths. That was how he and Ing Wuji became acquainted with the brother Wind and Cloud. Therefore, before this, he guessed that there might be someone who entered the Daoist Palace before them. What made him slightly disappointed was that it was not Giant Armor or Hua Ci, but Lu Qing and Feng Ruli. Their gazes met in midair. Lu Qing and Feng Ruli were a little embarrassed. They came out aggressively, wanting to show off in front of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. But they found that their original target had been taken care of, and Lu Ye had appeared in front of them. Even facing Pang Huanin, the palace master, they didn't care much. But no one dared to ignore Lu Ye. The atmosphere became strange. It was Ing Wuji who broke the silence. He stood beside Lu Yi and laughed. He shouted at Lu Qing, "Fourth senior brother, so you're here." "What fourth senior brother?" Lu Qing's expression fell. Ing Wuji looked at Feng Ruli. "Sixth senior brother is here too." "How nice." Feng Ruli was speechless. But he didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. The two of them were smart enough to understand that Ing Wuji's ranking was based on the Cloud River Contest's ranking list. Lu Qing was 4th on the list, so he was the 4th senior brother. Feng Ruli was 6th, so he was the 6th senior brother. But according to this ranking, wouldn't Lu Ye be? While thinking about this, Lu Ye took a step forward and looked at the two of them indifferently without saying a word. Lu Qing and Feng Ruli suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten dead meat. On the other side, Pang Huanin looked at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli for a while, then at Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. She felt that the atmosphere between these brothers was not so harmonious. However, Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, who were proud and arrogant, were so cautious. Moreover, he had killed Lin Sun by himself. How strong was this guy named Louis? "Are you dumb?" Lu Ye said softly. Behind him, Endless Shadow's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had only wanted to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere, so he had casually made the order. But now, even he realized that something was wrong. Lu Ye seemed to be a little bit excited. Wasn't he pushing himself into the fire pit? In the subtle atmosphere, Lu Qing seemed to understand something. With relief on his face, he cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Greetings, senior brother." Not to mention that Lu Ye was so powerful that it was not good to have any conflict with him here. Besides, Lu Ye was probably the only one who knew the purpose of 9 regions sending them here. So in any case, they couldn't fall out with him. It was just a senior brother. They wouldn't lose anything. The corner of Feng Ruli's eyes twitched slightly. He sighed in his heart and could only salute, "Greetings, senior brother." He glared fiercely at Ing Wuji behind Lu Yi and cursed in his heart. "Lackey! Traitor!" Ing Wuji understood the meaning in his eyes and was full of grievances. Since ancient times, it was always a joyous occasion for brothers to recognize each other, but there had never been such a strange atmosphere like today. The Wind and Cloud brothers were stunned. Lu Yi had told them that they came from a small stronghold. After their master passed away, he and his junior brother left that place. However, he did not mention anything about a 4th junior brother or a 6th junior brother. According to this arrangement, wouldn't there be at least 6 of them? Were all of them so powerful? In the strange atmosphere, Pang Huanin stepped out and looked at Lu Yi. "Fellow Taoist Lu killed Lin Sun and eradicated a disaster for our human clan. It's really a great blessing for our human clan. Since you are the senior brother of fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Feng, you are not an outsider. Please come into the secret realm and let me play host." Lu Yi didn't refuse. "Thank you for your hospitality." Chapter 810. It was different from the secret realm of Silver Snake Valley, where Wuyuan City was the center and 16 cities spread out in all directions. The Ziwei Daoist Palace still maintained the layout from 1,000 years ago. Spirit peaks and mountains were undulating, and pavilions were scattered all over the mountains and field. Many cultivators came and went. Looking around, it was as if one had entered a cultivation sect. The inheritance of the Ziwei Daoist Palace had never been cut off and had continued to this day. This was the biggest difference between the Ziwei Daoist Palace and the other two secret realms. It was also the root of the Ziwei Daoist Palace's unyielding style. Since 1,000 years ago, the Ziwei Daoist Palace had always been united. On the other hand, the 5 major clans in the Silver Snake Valley controlled the secret realm and were fighting for power. How could they have the time to deal with the Corpse Clan? For them, as long as the Corpse Clan didn't enter the secret realm, it was not a big deal. There was a hall in the Spirit Peak. Pang Huanin and a group of powerhouses from the Ziwei Daoist Palace sat down in front of them. Wine and spiritual fruits, which were rarely seen in the outside world, were presented to Lu Yi as a way of thanking him for eliminating Lin Sun, as well as a welcome dinner for Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. Pang Huanin didn't know how strong Lu Qing and Feng really were. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes. She only heard some news from her subordinates. But if what Brother Feng Yun said was true and Lin Sun was killed by Lu Ye alone, then this person's strength was terrifying. And as Elder Shao had expected, what killed Lin Sun and his huge group of corpses was a powerful fire spell. The shape of the spell was quite similar to the legendary fire phoenix of the 4 sacred beasts. After 3 rounds of wine, Elder Shao said, "Little friend Lu's strength is amazing. This old man admires you. I'm also friends with little friend Lu and little friend Feng." As soon as the old man spoke, the hall quieted down. If it were only Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, the Ziwei Daoist Palace wouldn't care too much. Such powerhouses should be recruited to serve the Daoist Palace and fight for justice. However, Lu Yi and Ing Wuji had suddenly appeared, and from the various clues, there were quite a few of them, at least 6 of them. This made the Ziwei Daoist Palace pay attention. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Who knew what these people were thinking? It wouldn't be good for Ziwei Dao Palace if people like them were strong enough to harm them. However, if they could confirm their origins and confirm that they were willing to fight alongside the Ziwei Palace, it would definitely be a good thing for the palace. Therefore, they had to get to the bottom of this no matter what. Lu Yi, who was sitting at the table, had not touched the wine in front of him. Naturally, he understood what Elder Shao meant. He turned his head and looked straight at Pang Huanin. "We don't know the origin of our master. We have been living in a secluded place with our master since we were very young. It was only a few months ago when our master passed away that we came out." Lu Ye's so-called master was completely unwarranted. The Holy Ji Palace wanted to find out where they came from, and Lu Yi was unable to give them a satisfactory answer. Without waiting for Elder Shao to continue asking, Lu Yi continued, "There are 9 of us in total. We met with an accident and were separated. Only today did I find out that 4th and 6th are here at the Dao Palace. 9 people." Elder Shao raised his eyebrows. This number was a bit more than he had expected. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Little friend, do all of your martial brothers have the same cultivation level as you? Except for little junior sister, who doesn't know the Tao of battle, the others are just barely strong." Feng Ruli lowered his head and drank. He was ranked 6th in the Cloud River contest, and only Lu Ye could comment on him like this. If anyone else dared to say that his strength was just barely strong, he would definitely not agree. Master left suddenly. Before he left, he didn't say much to us. He only said one thing. "Which one?" Pang Huanin asked. "Eradicate the Corpse Clan and cleanse the world," Lu Yi replied in a deep voice. Lu Qing was deep in thought. He thought that Lu Ye must have received some guidance from Tianji before entering the Wushuang continent. This was also their purpose for coming here. It was not much different from his previous speculation. Elder Shao nodded. Your master cared about the world and was able to cultivate talents like these young friends. He shouldn't be an unknown person. After we left the mountain, we acted according to Master's last words. After discovering that there were 3 secret realms in the human clan, 7th junior brother and I wanted to seek refuge in one place and seek cooperation. However, we didn't expect that the Silver Snake Valley was timid and despicable. Not only did they not want to fight against the Corpse Clan, but they were also afraid of our cultivation. Therefore, 7th junior brother and I had no choice but to leave the Silver Snake Valley. Elder Shao stretched out his hand and stroked his beard. However, those despicable villains secretly sent you two near Lin Sun's tomb and wanted to use Lin Sun to kill you too. Both Pang Huanin and Elder Shao knew this because Brother Feng and Elder Shao had reported it truthfully. Yes. Lu Yi nodded and stared intently at Pang Huanin. Although I've heard a lot of rumors about the Ziwei Taoist Palace, seeing is believing. Today, I'd like to ask Palace Master Pang, if my brother and I intend to eradicate the corpse race, can the Ziwei Taoist Palace help us? He was well aware that the Ziwei Taoist Palace wanted to find out the background of Lu Yi and the others at this banquet, but this was not the 9 regions after all. For outsiders like them, there was not much time to waste, so Lu Yi was too lazy to beat around the bush with the Ziwei Taoist Palace. It was better to get straight to the point. Of course, he had a lot to hide, but those things were not easy to say. The Ziwei Taoist Palace should be aware of it. However, as long as they were like-minded, it was not a big problem. As long as these outsiders showed their determination to fight against the Corpse Clan to the end and put it into action, the Ziwei Taoist Palace would let down their guard against them. Pang Huanin narrowed her eyes slightly. Since the change of the world, the Ziwei Taoist Palace has been taking the great responsibility of eradicating the Corpse Clan. Her voice was sonorous and her expression was firm. Lu Yi nodded. That's good. But Pang Huanin laughed and leaned forward slightly. But there is one thing that Taoism fellow Lu is wrong about. I'd like to hear it. For thousands of years, the Ziwei Taoist Palace has followed the will of our ancestors and has never changed. Countless people have died in this war. The Ziwei Taoist Palace is determined to wipe out the Corpse Clan, whether or not Taoism fellow Lu and others help us. If we can't do it in 1,000 years, we will do it again. If we can't do it in another 1,000 years, we will do it in 10,000 years. There will be a time when we can wipe out the Corpse Clan. Even if we have to fight to the last soldier of the Ziwei Taoist Palace, we will not compromise. Therefore, fellow Taoist Lu, I sincerely invite all of you to join the Ziwei Taoist Palace and contribute to the future of the human race. Lu Yi realized that this woman had a strong character. He just said that he wanted the Ziwei Taoist Palace to help them, but in the blink of an eye, Pang Huanin wanted to rope them in. It was just a question of who was the master and who was the subordinate. From the standpoint of the Ziwei Taoist Palace and Pang Huanin, it was natural for her to fight for these things. Lu Yi didn't want to argue with her about this and said, if Palace Master can agree to 3 conditions, let's hear it. Pang Huanin's interest was piqued. Lu Yi said, Palace Master, I've told you that there are a total of 9 of us. Now, only 4 of us are gathered here, and the whereabouts of the other 5 are unknown. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help to find the whereabouts of the other 5 junior brothers and junior sisters. Of course. Pang Huanin nodded. I just don't know what characteristics those 5 people have. Their strength is not bad. The group of Ziwei Taoist Palace cultivators were stunned. What kind of characteristics were these? No one present felt that they were weak. Pang Huanin was also amused. I wonder how strong Taoism fellow Taoist Lu is referring to? Lu Yi raised his head and looked at Feng Ruli. 6th junior brother, demonstrate. Feng Ruli almost cursed out loud. He was a core disciple of the Soaring Cloud sect. He was not some commoner. You want me to demonstrate in front of so many people? Do you think I'll do it just because you asked me to? However, when he met Lu Ye's gaze, Feng Ruli knew that he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, this guy would definitely find a way to make things difficult for him. We came to the Ziwei Taoist palace first. He picked up the wine cup in front of him, took a sip, and stepped out. Standing in the main hall, he brandished his long spear, and his spiritual energy surged. He wantonly said, "Any one of you who thinks you're not bad." The group of Ziwei Taoist palace cultivators' faces darkened, and their fighting spirit surged. However, without Pang Huanin's order, no one dared to step out. In the end, Elder Shao signaled one of them with his eyes. "Qi Ping, you go." "Yes." The cultivator called Qi Ping jumped out and landed in front of Feng Ruli. With an eager expression, he grinned and said, "I heard that Taoism fellow Taoist Feng is very powerful. I wanted to see it with my own eyes, but Lin Sun was killed, so I missed the opportunity. I didn't expect to have such an opportunity again. Taoism fellow Taoist Feng, please enlighten me." Feng Ruli looked indifferent. "Just do your best." "Okay." Qi Ping's smile disappeared. "Taoism fellow Taoist Feng, you're underestimating me. Cut the crap." "Good!" Qi Ping angrily shouted. His spirit energy suddenly surged as he summoned his spirit artifact. It was a long staff. With the staff in hand, Qi Ping's aura suddenly changed. As the staff danced, he brazenly charged toward Feng Ruli. Without any fancy moves, he smashed down with the staff. Spiritual vigor wrapped around the long staff, and layers of phantoms appeared on its body. Even if Qi Ping did not use his full strength, he used at least 80% of it. The main reason was that the venue was limited. However, he believed that even if he did not use his full strength, he should be able to test Feng Ruli's strength. In the seat of honor, Elder Shao nodded slightly, apparently satisfied with Qi Ping's performance. However, in the next moment, exclamations sounded in the venue. This was because Feng Ruli held his spear with one arm and thrust it out, accurately hitting Qi Ping's body amidst the layers of phantoms. In a moment of stalemate, their spiritual energies collided and surged. Feng Ruli's body swayed slightly, while Qi Ping, who had charged at Feng Ruli aggressively, was sent flying and landed outside the hall. The wine cup in Pang Huanin's hand was almost crushed. She clicked to download the Best Book Chaser app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 8:11. The whole hall was silent. Qi Ping's strength was not among the top in Ziwei Palace, but he was worthy of being called a strong man. However, such a strong man was repelled by Feng Ruli's spear. Judging from Feng Ruli's expression, it was clear that he had not used his full strength. Elder Shao, who was sitting next to Pang Huanin, pulled off his beard. They didn't know how strong Feng Ruli was. Only the Ziwei Palace cultivators who led them into the secret realm had seen it with their own eyes. Today, they wanted to borrow Lin Sun's strength to take a closer look, but Lin Sun was killed first. Until this moment, one more. Feng Ruli stabbed his long spear into the ground and shouted in high spirits with the help of some alcohol. Without waiting for Elder Zhao's order, a bearded man stood up and shouted, "I'll do it." Feng Ruli laughed and waved his spear, aiming at the bearded man's head. 5 breaths later, the burly man fell out of the hall. One more time. Feng Ruli was so excited that he directly put his spear on his shoulder like a stick and glanced at the Ziwei Palace cultivators. A moment later, the third person was thrown out of the hall. From beginning to end, Feng Ruli had only used 3 spear moves. "Sixth brother, it's about time," Lu Yi said. Feng Ruli shook his head. "I haven't had enough yet." His personality was like this. He liked to fight. The 3 confrontations were just a warm-up for him. "I'll fight with you." Lu Yi looked up. Feng Ruli felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him in the middle of winter. Sobering up, Zhang Yang quickly withdrew his aura and put away his spear. Without even looking at Lu Yi, he walked back to his seat, whispering softly, drinking wine is still the best." Pang Huanin's eyes narrowed slightly. The cultivators of the Ziwei Daoist Palace seemed to have realized something as well, and they all looked at Lu Yi with solemn eyes. In the silence, Elder Xiao coughed softly. Little friend Feng's strength is really amazing. She was more than just exceptional. Pang Huanin was probably the only one in the entire Ziwei Palace who could match her strength. No one else could possibly be her opponent. Elder, you flatter me. Feng Ruli laughed and continued to drink. I wonder, with little friend Feng's strength, where does he rank among all the senior and junior brothers? As soon as Elder Xiao said this, everyone's ears pricked up. Feng Ruli said carelessly, us martial brothers are ranked based on strength. I, old 6, am naturally ranked 6th. Pang Huanin's eyes narrowed into slits as she gasped in astonishment. Feng Ruli's strength was comparable to hers. Then wouldn't the first 5 be stronger than him? What about Lu Ye, the eldest senior brother? She exhaled softly, calming her complicated emotions, and turned to look at Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, please continue with your other conditions. The second condition is that I want to go to the Sumeru mystic realm. I need your help with this. Pang Huanin was puzzled. Why do you want to go to Mount Sumeru? Lu Yi said, it has to do with my lost junior brothers and sisters. 7th brother and I went to Silver Snake Valley. 4th brother and 6th brother went to Ziwei Palace. Maybe my other junior brothers and sisters went to Mount Sumeru. If I want to find them, I have to go to Mount Sumeru. That's not easy. Sir Xiao shook his head. Ever since the heavenly transformation, the 3 great arcane realms of the human race have rarely interacted with each other. Generally speaking, it's only when the welcoming emissaries run into each other, or when they meet in a specific location at a specific time. If you want to go directly to one of the arcane realms. Very difficult. Pang Huanin asked, what's your third condition? Lu Yi shook his head slowly. If Ziwei Palace can meet the first 2 conditions, then it won't be too late to tell you. But please rest assured, Palace Master, I won't force you. Besides, the third condition should coincide with the philosophy of Ziwei Palace. The philosophy of Ziwei Palace. Pang Huanin said thoughtfully. After a long time, she said, the first condition is nothing. It's reasonable that you want to find your junior brothers and sisters. The Ziwei Palace can tell you. Feng Ruli said, we want to know, what's the third condition you mentioned to Ziwei Palace? And why do you want to go to Mount Sumeru? Lu Yi glanced at him and then looked at Lu Qing. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. There's no need to ask others. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Lu misunderstood. Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't continue because Lu Ye's gaze had turned sharp and playful, as if he had seen through Lu Qing's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He hurriedly corrected himself. But this is indeed what I'm puzzled about. I don't think it's just as fellow Taoist explained to the Ziwei Dao Palace, right? The 9 of us came here and were scattered all over the place. Since Tianji has gathered us here, we should work together. Now that the 4 of us are here, what's wrong with me asking Ziwei Daoist Palace to find the other 5? Lu Qing nodded. Of course there's nothing wrong with it. But if it's just to find people, why go to Mount Sumeru? Let Ziwei help as much as possible. As for the second condition, I'll discuss it with Elder Xiao and see if there's anything we can do. Then I'll wait for Palace Lord's good news. Lu Yi nodded. The banquet quickly dispersed. Lu Yi and the others were settled in a quiet mountain peak. Ziwei Palace didn't leave anyone behind, so there were only the 4 of them in a 10-li radius. In the side room, Lu Yi, who was resting cross-legged, frowned as he looked at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, who came in uninvited. Behind them was Ying Wuji, who was frowning. He didn't want to come, but he had to. No matter what, he was still a member of Myriad Devil Ridge. He should advance and retreat together with Lu Qing and Feng Ruli. What's the matter? Lu Yi looked at the 3. Feng Ruli didn't seem to want to weaken his momentum. He straightened his neck. Of course there's something. It's the same for Ziwei Palace. What is fellow Taoist planning? What do you know that we don't? What do you think I should know that you don't? Lu Yi asked instead of answering. He didn't reveal too many clues, but now it seemed that Lu Qing had seen something. Sure enough, the mind of a magic cultivator was more clever than that of a body cultivator and a weapon cultivator. Lu Qing smiled bitterly. If I knew, would I still need to ask you? Fellow Taoist just said that 9 provinces Tianji gathered the 9 of us together, so we should work together. At least on this Wushuang continent, there shouldn't be any distinction between Grand Heaven Alliance and Myriad Devil Ridge. In terms of Tianji's favor, we can't compare to you. So I was wondering if fellow Taoist had received some special guidance from Tianji before leaving 9 provinces. No. Lu Ye's expression was calm. I only know that 9 provinces Tianji sent us here, probably because they want us to solve the disaster of the corpse clan in this world. Presumably, you've all thought of this. Chapter 8:12. Lu Qing naturally had a guess as to why Tianji sent the 9 of them to this world, and it was no different from what Lu Yi said. This was also the reason why he and Feng Ruli joined the Ziwei Taoist Palace after learning about the situation on the Peerless Continent. Lu Qing also wanted to borrow the power of this world's secret realm. However, he always felt that Lu Yi should have more information than the others, especially after Lu Yi made his request during the day. At this moment, after probing, he didn't get any useful clues, so he could only give up. He couldn't threaten Lu Yi with force. Their fists weren't as big as his. If they really fought, the 3 of them might not have a good ending. Lu Qing stared deeply at Lu Yi and secretly reminded him, I hope it's as fellow Taoist said, but please remember that this is not the land of the 9 provinces. It's better for us not to have too many prejudices. The 3 of them left. After sitting for a while, Lu Yi stood up and walked out. The night was thick. There was no moonlight or starlight on the Peerless Continent, only a turbid sun in the daytime. Therefore, at night, even cultivators were unwilling to go out easily. However, according to the records of many ancient books, the Peerless Continent was not like this before the change of the sky. This world also had a dazzling sun, and at night the sky was also full of stars and the moon was tilted. However, after the change of the sky, everything changed. Lu Ye's figure was like the wind. Soon, he came to a nearby spirit peak, where a figure was standing quietly. Noticing his arrival, the person turned to look at him and slightly nodded. Fellow Taoist Lu. Palace Master Peng. The person standing here was Peng Huanin. The spirit peak here was quite high, and she seemed to be overlooking the lights between the mountains below. Fellow Taoist Lu, you've been busy all the way here. Instead of resting, you still have the leisure to travel at night? She was secretly shocked. How did he know that she was here? This place was not close to the spirit peak where Lu Yi and the others were staying. There was no reason for him to detect her whereabouts. Isn't it the same for Palace Master? Lu Yi came to her side and stood still. Peng Huanin laughed and didn't answer. She couldn't say that she wanted to find Lu Yi, but when she came here, she was a little hesitant, so she stopped. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi took the initiative to come knocking on his door. For Lu Yi to know that she was here was not because he had sensed it himself. His mind was indeed powerful, but the range of his perception was not so vast. It was Yi, who had been hiding in the dark and patrolling the area, who had sent him a message. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately understood Peng Huanin's intention. It seemed that she wanted to talk to him alone, but couldn't make up her mind at the last moment, so she decided to stay here. It just so happened that Lu Yi also wanted to talk to her alone. There were some things that were not easy to say in front of so many people during the day. The mountain breeze blew gently, refreshing and pleasant. After a long silence, Peng Huanin finally said, Fellow Taoist Lu, in fact, I still find it hard to imagine what kind of senior or master in today's world could cultivate such powerful experts like you and your senior brothers. Moreover, according to my observation, your masters don't seem to be of the same origin. Even with Lu Ye's explanation, Pang Huanin still can't figure out their origins. She's confident that her strength is one of the best in the Wushuang continent. Since she was young, she had encountered many opportunities and encounters. That's why she was able to ascend to the position of palace master at such a young age. However, among Lu Ye's senior brothers, the sixth brother's strength was almost on par with hers. It was really hard to imagine. Palace master, are you afraid that our senior brothers will harm the Ziwei Taoist palace? Pang Huanin shook her head and said, I don't think so. You're all humans and you're capable of killing corpses. That's enough for me. As for whether you'll harm the Ziwei Taoist palace or not, I've never thought about it. If you really have the ability to eradicate the corpses, I won't mind giving the Ziwei Taoist palace to you. Palace master, you are so bold. If that's the case, why do you still care about our origins? Pang Huanin turned her head. In the dark night, her eyelids seemed to blink playfully. Just take it as a woman's curiosity. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that you are not from the other two secret realms. Those two secret realms don't have such a background. Lu Yi remained silent. Compared to your background, I'm actually more interested in knowing something else. Pang Huanin changed the topic. Romance bar. Palace master, what do you want to know? The woman's eyes sharpened, and there was a hint of inquiry in them. Why do you want to go to Mount Meru? She was not a fool. Although Lu Yi had given some seemingly reasonable explanations during the conversation during the day, how could Pang Huanin believe it so easily? If she was such a simple woman, she would not be the palace master. She could sense that Lu Yi was not telling the truth. Of course, it's to find my lost junior brothers and sisters. Pang Huanin smiled. If that's the case, there's no need to go to Mount Meru. I'll ask someone to send a message to Mount Meru and ask around. You can't believe it unless you see it with your own eyes. Fellow Taoist, your junior brothers and sisters are quite strong. If they are really in Mount Meru, they will not be unknown. You can easily find out the truth. Why are you so persistent? I still want to go there myself. Pang Huanin stared at his side profile for a long time without turning her head. Lu Yi was indifferent, as if she did not exist. Finally, Pang Huanin looked away and sighed heavily. Fellow Taoist, you may not believe it, but when I saw you for the first time, I couldn't help but think that you are a trustworthy person. Although she had tried her best to suppress these inexplicable thoughts, and even deliberately warned herself against Lu Yi and the others, what surprised her was that she could not erase that sense of trust. This was also the reason why she came to see Lu Yi tonight. She wanted to find out if Lu Yi had secretly used some mysterious secret technique to affect her state of mind. If that was really the case, then these outsiders were too dangerous. But thinking about it carefully, such a strange secret technique was probably difficult for even the great cultivators before the heavenly change, let alone the cultivators of today. A person in a high position like her would not easily reveal her true thoughts, but after chatting with Lu Yi, she finally couldn't hold back. Hearing this, Lu Yi frowned. Palace master, do you only trust me, or do you also trust my junior brothers? Of course, he didn't think that Pang Huanin deliberately said such words to get close to him. Since she said so, it must be true. Only you. Pang Huanin replied in a deep voice. Lu Yi finally turned his head to look at her, as if he had vaguely noticed something. Immediately, he secretly activated the broken origin of the soaring dragon realm. In the next moment, both he and Pang Huanin were shocked as they vaguely sensed something. Fellow Taoist you. Pang Huanin's expression was full of surprise and doubt. Obviously, she did not understand what had happened. She quickly retreated several feet, and her eyes were alert. What did you do just now? At that moment, the inexplicable sense of trust in her grew stronger, and she even felt that she could expose all her secrets in front of him without worrying that he would hurt her. This feeling was too dangerous. Lu Yi said thoughtfully, Palace Master, you have such strength at such a young age. I don't think you are just talented, right? Are there many opportunities on the path of cultivation? Pang Huanyin was even more surprised. How do you know? There were even some strange phenomena when she was born. In front of the main hall of the Ziwei Taoist palace, there was a withered 300-year-old tree that came back to life. When she was in her teens, she accidentally found a cave left behind by an ancestor and found some broken secret techniques of the Ziwei Taoist palace. It was also because of these reasons that no one in the Ziwei Taoist palace objected to her taking the position of palace master as a woman. No wonder. Lu Yi roughly understood what was going on. Strictly speaking, the woman in front of him should be the child of destiny of this realm. Just like Yi Lu in the Soaring Dragon Realm, it was just that the disaster that the Soaring Dragon Realm was facing was too fierce. It was the invasion of an entire realm. Therefore, even if Yi Lu was blessed with luck and obtained the Dragon Emperor, he was unable to turn the tide. In the great battle, Yi Lu died and the Dragon Emperor was destroyed. The Wushuang continent had not reached such a level yet, but perhaps it was not far away. The more a realm was in danger of being destroyed, the more likely it was for a person like the child of destiny to be born. It was the reaction of heaven and earth when faced with a crisis. It was heaven and earth's way of saving itself. Since he was the child of destiny, he must be tainted with the origin of heaven and earth. Lu Yi had the broken origin of the Soaring Dragon Realm, which gave Pang Huanyin an inexplicable sense of trust. It could be said to be a kind of guidance from the unseen world, or it could be said to be the resonance of the origin of the two realms. At this point, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat as he thought of another thing. Pang Huanyin could feel this, but he could not. It was not because the broken origin of the Soaring Dragon Realm was inferior to that of the Wushuang continent, but because the Wushuang continent had its own will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth of the Soaring Dragon Realm had long been destroyed with the destruction of the realm. Although the broken origin was obtained by Lu Yi, it would not give him any guidance. Pang Huanyin was different from the Wushuang continent. However, based on the current situation, even if the Wushuang continent had its own will of heaven and earth, it should be in a hazy state. Or perhaps the original will of heaven and earth had become incomplete because of the destruction of the Wushuang continent. Therefore, it could only give Pang Huanyin a trace of intangible guidance, which made her feel a sense of trust in the person in front of her. Lu Yi roughly understood why he and the others were sent here by the 9 prefectures Tianji. The world had been destroyed, and there was no way to save itself. The broken will of heaven and earth of the Wushuang continent should have been asking for help from the outside world. This message should have been captured by the 9 prefectures Tianji, which then located the Wushuang continent. Then, the 9 prefectures Tianji gathered the 9 most powerful cultivators of the Cloud River tier of this generation and sent them to the Wushuang continent at some cost. Lu Yi clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this app to read books aloud. Chapter 8:13. Of course, Lu Yi didn't know whether this was the case or not. It was just his own speculation. Maybe the 9 prefectures' heaven secret had found the broken Wushuang continent through some means. What did you do? Pang Huanyin asked. She would feel uneasy if she didn't get to the bottom of this. She alone was related to the survival of the Ziwei Taoist palace. How could she not be vigilant when she felt an indelible sense of trust in someone she had never met before? Moreover, judging from what happened just now, the man in front of her had an inexplicable method to strengthen her trust in him. This was a little hard to understand. Lu Yi was silent, wondering if he should tell her the truth. Although the woman in front of him was young, she was obviously not easy to fool. Since he wanted to borrow the power of the Ziwei Taoist palace, it might be better to be honest with her. Of course, if she didn't suspect anything, there was no need to say too much. But now that Pang Huanyin was suspicious, it was not good to continue hiding. Furthermore, if things develop smoothly, she will find out about our identities sooner or later. If I say that I'm not from this world, Would you believe me? Lu Yi looked at Pang Huanin calmly. He saw a flash of surprise in her eyes, but it was quickly followed by relief. He was slightly surprised. You seem to have guessed it, Palace Master? Pang Huanin said, I did think of this possibility. According to the records of the Ziwei Daoist Palace, a long time ago, there were traces of extraterrestrial visitors in this world. You're so powerful, but you're not from the other two sects' secret realms, and the strongholds in the outside world don't have the resources to cultivate people like you. There's only one possibility, you're not from the Wushuang continent. Pang Huanin had thought of it before, but this thought just flashed through her mind. She didn't think it was possible. Even if there were records of extraterrestrial visitors in the Ziwei Daoist Palace's records, who knew if it was true or not? Moreover, even if there was such a thing, with the strength of Lu Yi and the others, how could they cross the two worlds? But now, it seemed that the most impossible thing was actually the truth. We're from a world called the Nine Prefectures. Since he had decided to tell her everything, there was no need to hide anything. Pang Huanin also figured out their origin with Lu Ye's simple explanation. During this time, she did not interrupt and only listened quietly. It had to be said that this woman's temperament was very calm. No matter how unbelievable the information sounded, she could accept it calmly. Of course, Lu Yi didn't know how she analyzed it and what she thought. In the 9 states, there are many destroyed or broken realms that have turned into secret realms of various sizes. If the cultivators of the 9 states have the opportunity, they can enter them to gain experience. Pang Huanin frowned. In other words, our Wushuang continent is just a place for you 9 regions cultivators to gain experience? This was not something she could easily accept. Her ancestors had persisted for thousands of years to purge the corpse clan and restore peace to the world. But when it came to the other side, it was just a place for them to hone their skills. This made her suddenly feel that all these years of perseverance and the countless cultivators of the Dao Palace were nothing more than a joke. Lu Yi shook his head. The Wushuang continent is not the same as the secret realms of the 9 states. I haven't experienced many secret realms, but the others have. But whether it's me or the others, the Wushuang continent is very special because your realm hasn't been destroyed yet. If the realms that have turned into secret realms have been destroyed, what can the cultivators of the 9 states do after entering them? The 9 states Tianji is very powerful. Although those realms have been destroyed, they have the means to reappear all the people and things of a certain time period. We call it the space-time silhouette. In that time silhouette, the realm of the secret realm has not been destroyed, and the cultivators of the 9 states can do many things, such as finding a way to save that realm. He turned to look at Pang Huanin. This is also the reason why the 9 states Tianji sent the 9 of us here. Before Pang Huanin could say anything, Lu Yi continued, Not long ago, I experienced a secret realm and entered the space-time silhouette of a realm called the Soaring Dragon Realm. There, I did something that was recognized by the origin of heaven and earth of the Soaring Dragon Realm. The origin of heaven and earth? Pang Huanin raised her eyebrows slightly. This realm also has its own origin of heaven and earth. Perhaps it has already given birth to some vague consciousness. It has chosen you as its savior, and you are the child of destiny of this realm. I believe you should have felt something. Pang Huanin raised her hand and placed it on her chest, deep in thought. After a long while, she said, In other words, my trust in you is not my own idea, but the influence of the Wushuang continent's consciousness on me. That's right. Lu Yi nodded. Even if the consciousness of a realm is in an ignorant state, it can still know who can help it and who will harm it. Does Palace Master understand? Pang Huanin laughed and shook her head. What a fantasy! If someone else told her this, she would definitely think that person had lost his or her mind. However, when these words came from Lu Ye's mouth, she could not help but believe 70% of it. The remaining 30% was because she had cultivated her temperament and deliberately maintained vigilance. As for why I insisted on entering the secret realm of Mount Meru, after a moment of silence, Lu Yi asked, if Palace Master were to persuade them personally, would you be able to persuade Mount Meru to join forces and take the initiative to fight against the corpse race? Pang Huanin shook her head. Among the three great secret realms, for the past 1,000 years, only our Ziwei Daoist Palace has been actively working to solve the problem of the corpse race in this realm. The Silver Snake Valley is a coward who only knows how to fight for power. On the surface, Mount Meru has spread the word that as long as the Silver Snake Valley agrees to take the initiative to attack, they will follow closely behind. However, in reality, they are also taking the path of self-preservation. They just don't want to offend our Daoist palace by saying that they can't count on the people of these two secret realms. If they had some courage, our Daoist palace wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Speaking of this, Pang Huanin was a little resentful. She hated them for not fighting, was angry at them for not doing anything, and lamented their misfortune. So it's very difficult to join forces with them? Absolutely impossible. Then I'll have to go to Mount Meru. Lu Yi nodded. If Palace Master can find a way to send me to Mount Meru, I have a way to force them to take the initiative to fight against the corpse race. What do you mean? Pang Huanin's interest was immediately piqued. Her eyebrows danced. It's hard to say now. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. Pang Huanin stared at Lu Yi. Seeing that he was indifferent, she sneered, deliberately mystifying. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt that her bearing was not quite right. She quickly adjusted her expression. Then, as if she had thought of something, Pang Huanin said, since fellow Taoist has already gone to Silver Snake Valley, doesn't that mean, at that time, Silver Snake Valley will no longer be in the mood to continue fighting for power? Even if they don't want to, they will have to stand up against the corpse race. What about my Dao Palace? Did fellow Taoist use some kind of method? Pang Huanin's eyes narrowed slightly. The Dao Palace's situation is different from the other two. There's no need for that kind of method. I feel like you're lying to me. Pang Huanin frowned. Why would I? Lu Ye's face was full of righteousness. I've already confided in Palace Master. Why would I lie to you? Pang Huanin looked at him seriously for a moment, then nodded. I hope so. The mountain breeze blew gently, causing her clothes to flutter. Come with me tomorrow. I'll take you to Mount Meru. Pang Huanin suddenly made a decision. Lu Yi was not surprised that the Dao Palace had such a method. Thank you, Palace Master. If things are really as you say, then I'm just saving myself. The ones who should be thanking you are the cultivators of the peerless continent. Pang Huanin clasped her hands behind her back and tilted her head to look at Lu Yi. I've already agreed to your first two conditions. Can you tell me the third one? A woman's curiosity was very strong, even if she was the Palace Master. Lu Yi only spoke halfway during the banquet, but he had already whetted her appetite. After the matter is settled, I'll tell Palace Master in detail. But I don't think Palace Master will refuse. Pang Huanin's face was full of disdain. I hate people like you. You're so wishy-washy. You're not happy at all. She took a step and was already far away. Only her voice drifted over with the wind. We can't have too many people on this trip to Mount Meru. You can choose one person to go with you. Looking in the direction she left, Lu Yi smiled. The matter was settled. Lu Yi returned to his residence and summoned Lu Qing and the other two. He went straight to the point. Pang Huanin agreed to take me to Mount Meru tomorrow. Who among the three of you wants to go with me? They have a way to enter Mount Meru? Feng Ruli was shocked. At today's banquet they said they didn't, but in the blink of an eye they changed their minds. Sure enough, when you're outside you can't easily trust others. But after thinking about it carefully, the Dao Palace didn't need to tell them about this matter. He wondered what method Lu Ye used to make the Dao Palace agree to this matter. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Will we have to use some special method to go to Mount Meru? I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Lu Yi shook his head. Pang Huanin only said that we can't have too many people. I can take one person with me. Ing Wuji shrank back, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. Lu Qing said, if that's the case, I recommend Brother Ing. With that said, he and Feng Ruli moved to the left and right in tacit understanding, revealing Ing Wuji, who was quietly moving back. Lu Yi looked over. In his heart, Ing Wuji cursed Lu Qing's 18 generations of ancestors. We might have to scout out some information on this trip. Brother Ing, as a ghost cultivator, it'll be easier for you to do things, Lu Qing analyzed with a straight face. Ing Wuji, what do you think? Lu Yi asked. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. I'm fine by myself. What can I think? How dare I think? He took 2 steps forward and said, Tianji sent the 9 of us here. Among the 9 of us, I'm the only one who's a ghost cultivator. When it comes to scouting out information, it naturally has to be me. I'll go with you. The main thing was that if he shrank back at this time, Lu Ye might hold a grudge against him, and his days in the future would be difficult. Chapter 8:14. The turbid sun shone brightly in all directions. 4 figures flew across the sky. They were Lu Yi, Pang Huanin, and the others. Lu Yi brought Ing Wuji with her, and Pang Huanin brought Elder Shao with her. There were only 4 of them going to Mount Meru. Pang Huanin had told them not to bring too many people last night, so she naturally would not make a big fuss. The 2 of them walked in front, while Ing Wuji and Elder Shao followed behind. However, unlike Lu Yi and Pang Huanin who were chatting happily, the 2 at the back were frowning. There was no need to mention Ing Wuji. If possible, he wouldn't want to go with Lu Yi. He could feel that this trip to Meru Mountain wouldn't be a good one. As for Elder Shao, when Pang Huanin told him about this last night, he strongly opposed it. The fact that the Taoist palace had the calculation and opening methods of the other 2 secret realms was an absolute secret. Even in the Ziwei Taoist palace, only he and Pang Huanin knew about it. It was passed down from generation to generation. If this matter was exposed, the other 2 secret realms would definitely not feel at ease. Furthermore, Pang Huanin was the one leading the expedition to Mount Meru. If things went wrong, the 2 great secret realms of the human race would become hostile toward each other. If Mount Meru became wary of them, then the efforts of the Holy Ji Palace over the past 1,000 years would go down the drain. However, no matter how he persuaded, Pang Huanin remained unmoved. Elder Shao had no choice but to follow orders. He really could not figure out why the palace lord would do this. When he looked up, the 2 people in front of him were walking side by side. They had not known each other for long, but they seemed to be very close. Elder Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the palace lord, but then again, which woman did not yearn for love? The palace lord was at this age, and no one had caught her eye before. This young man named Lu Ye was undoubtedly more outstanding than anyone else, so it was not surprising that the palace lord liked him. If they really competed, it did not seem to be a big deal. The Taoist palace would have a group of strong reinforcements. At this thought, Elder Shao was slightly relieved. They rushed all the way without stopping. It was not until noon the next day that the 4 of them arrived at the lake. In front of the lake, Pang Huanin stopped and looked around. She turned back and asked, Elder Shao, is this the place? Elder Shao pinched his fingers and calculated silently. After a moment, he nodded and said, This is the place in 2 hours. What a coincidence. Pang Huanin said casually, Then let's rest for 2 hours. Along the way, all of them were exhausted. Perhaps there would be some conflicts in Mount Meru. After all, they had forced their way through. Even if Pang Huanin personally led the team, Mount Meru would not let things go as they were wary of the fledgling Dao Palace. They found a spot by the lake and sat down to recover. Seeing that Lu Yi, Ing Wuji, and the others had consumed high-quality spirit pills, Pang Huanin could not help but believe Lu Ye's words. This kind of elixir was not something that the Wushuang continent could refine. Regardless of appearance or quality, it was much better than the Wushuang continent. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. What kind of world was the 9 prefectures? Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't have the chance to go to that world in this lifetime. Soon 2 hours had passed, and the 4 of them were once again above the lake. Elder Shao looked at Pang Huanin and made a final inquiry. Palace Master, if we really do that, Mount Meru might not let this matter rest. Pang Huanin clasped her hands behind her back and said indifferently, So what? Even Lu Zhenguan won't dare to fall out with me. Pang Huanin's words were a little bullying. However, Elder Shao already knew what his palace master was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he took out a treasure that looked like a round ring. The ring was like a bracelet, shining with golden light. Elder Shao activated his spiritual energy and gently flicked his fingers. Crisp jingling sounds kept coming out. Then, he threw the golden ring into the lake. The ring spun and fell on the surface of the water, but it didn't sink. Instead, it sank into the water, and layers of royal color rippled out. Looking at it, the golden ring seemed to be growing rapidly. As the spiritual energy vibrated, the jingling sounds kept coming out. At the same time, at the entrance of Mount Meru's secret realm, many cultivators on duty had gathered. Unlike the solemn atmosphere in the past, today's place was full of joy as if something happy was about to happen. Indeed, there was something happy because the Mountain Master's wedding was in 3 days. The news was spread the day before yesterday, and the entire Mount Meru's secret realm was shocked. Over the years, although the Mountain Master didn't lack women by his side, he had never thought of marrying anyone. The Mountain Master even said that if he were to marry in this life, no one would be able to catch his eye unless Pang Huanin of the Ziwei Taoist Palace was willing to marry him. However, everyone knew that it was impossible. After all, Pang Huanin was the palace master of the Ziwei Taoist Palace. How could she marry into Mount Meru? Not to mention, that woman was extremely powerful. If she were to marry into Mount Meru, the Mountain Master might not be able to subdue her. Therefore, when the news of the Mountain Master's wedding spread, many people were happy, but some also found it unbelievable. They didn't know what kind of woman could make the Mountain Master let go of his obsession with Pang Huanin. I've seen that woman before. She's indeed a rare beauty, a cultivator said while chatting. Oh? Brother Zhao, have you seen our future Mountain Master's wife? Which family does she belong to? Someone asked. The situation in Mount Meru was somewhat similar to the Silver Snake Valley. The inheritance had long been broken. Instead of a sect, the secret realm was controlled by large and small families. However, unlike the Silver Snake Valley, there were no 5 major families here. There was only one powerful family, and that was the Lu family. Therefore, the Lu family had controlled Mount Meru for many years. The Lu Zhenguan that Pang Huanin mentioned was the current Lu family master and also the Mountain Master of Mount Meru. If Lu Zhenguan wanted to marry, he would definitely choose a woman from other families. It was a strategy that the Lu family pursued for many years to consolidate their ruling position through marriage. Therefore, everyone had been guessing which family the woman belonged to. Unfortunately, the higher-ups seemed to be very tight-lipped, and no definite information was leaked. The cultivator surnamed Zhao shook his head and said, "She's not from any family. She's from the outside. She's one of the 2 women who were accepted into our secret realm a few days ago. Brother Sher has seen her before. He and I were on duty that day." On the side, a stocky man, who was the cultivator surnamed Sher, looked at the cultivator surnamed Zhao and said, "There were 2 women who were accepted that day. I wonder which one is the Mountain Master going to marry?" The cultivator surnamed Zhao said, "As far as I know, it should be the one who's as gentle as water and has a tranquil temperament." Someone was puzzled. How beautiful is this woman? Even the Mountain Master wants to marry her. The cultivator surnamed Zhao shook his head. If it's just a beauty, Why would the mountain master do this? There's never a lack of beauties around the mountain master. He seemed to have some sources of information that others didn't have, so he knew more than the others. Rebirth. The great age of waves. As he spoke, he looked left and right as if he was afraid that the walls had ears. Then, he said in a low voice, "We brothers are just chatting here. The words that come out of my mouth will enter your ears. It's fine if you hear it, but don't spread it." Seeing him like this, the cultivators on duty gathered here became interested. Someone urged, "Brother Zhao, don't you know what kind of people we brothers are? Don't worry, no one will spread what you said here. If anyone dares to do this, none of us will agree." "Yes, yes, yes," the cultivator surnamed Zhao said. "I heard from my old master that the woman is good at detoxifying poisons." The group was stunned. Someone laughed. "What kind of skill is that?" Someone seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "Brother Zhao, what kind of poison do you mean by detoxifying?" The cultivator surnamed Zhao's expression was solemn. He said word by word, "Origin corpse poison." Everyone was silent. Only the wind whistled. Pairs of eyes looked at the cultivator surnamed Zhao in disbelief. "Brother Zhao, is this a joke?" Someone was bewildered. Cultivator Zhao Xing shook his head and said, "When I first heard about it, I didn't think it was true. There is no cure for the original source corpse poison. This is something that everyone knows. Moreover, those who are infected with the original source corpse poison will basically be turned into a member of the corpse race. Therefore, whenever we brothers are outside, if anyone is infected with the original source corpse poison, we can only commit suicide as soon as possible. Our corpses have to be cleaned up as well." "How is that possible?" Some people didn't believe it. After so many years, no one has been able to cure origin corpse poison. Even the Ziwei Dao Palace is helpless. How can a foreign woman solve such a problem? Then, do you know why those two women were taken to our Mount Meru? The cultivator surnamed Zhao continued, "It is because our people encountered corpse clan members outside and were infected with origin corpse poison. They were saved by that woman and were then taken to Mount Meru. After that, the mountain lord ordered people to bring corpse poison and tested it on the spot. Only then did he confirm the woman's ability. If not, why would the mountain lord want to marry her? Everyone should know that after so many years, countless seniors of Mount Meru have died because of origin corpse poison. It is because there is no cure for origin corpse poison. But if there is a cure, then when we face Corpse Clan in the future, we won't have to be restrained. If that is the case, then it is reasonable for the Mountain Lord to marry this woman." Someone said thoughtfully, "How can such a talent be let go? And if they want her to work for them, then they have to find a way to make her and Mount Meru's interests as one. Moreover, that woman is also a great beauty. The Mountain Lord is naturally moved. So, the Mountain Lord didn't marry her for his own sake, but for Mount Meru's sake." Exactly. While chatting, the significance of the Mountain Lord marrying a wife has risen to the height of making a fortune for Mount Meru. Everyone couldn't help but admire their Mountain Lord and become even more curious about the future Mountain Lord's wife. Fortunately, the wedding day is 3 days later. At that time, they will be able to see the truth. Click to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers use this to read books aloud. Chapter 8:15. What's that sound? Suddenly, someone listened attentively. Everyone immediately quieted down. There's no sound. Did you hear it wrong? No, listen. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was surprised because there was indeed a tinkling sound in their ears. It sounded like someone was flicking a metal object. At first, the sound was very soft, and the frequency was not high, but soon, the sound became louder, and the tinkling sound continued. Where did that sound come from? Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, it sounded like someone was making a noise in their ears, but they didn't notice anything. In the next moment, a voice full of heroic spirit suddenly sounded in their ears, causing everyone to be shocked. Ziwei Daoist Palace's Pang Huanin is here to visit. Please open the door. Ziwei Daoist Palace. Pang Huanin? The group of cultivators on duty was dumbfounded. They were naturally familiar with this name. After all, they were talking about this woman just now. But what made them feel incredulous was how this woman's voice could reach their ears. She was so close, but they didn't see a single person. In the crowd, a rather old cultivator on duty seemed to realize something and said, "Quickly open the sky reflection mirror and see what's happening outside." Elder Jiang means, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly open the sky reflection mirror," the old man urged. Soon, a group of cultivators on duty activated the power of the sky reflection mirror. They all looked at the bronze mirror and couldn't help but be shocked. It was because the figures of several people were reflected in the mirror. The leader was a woman dressed in men's clothes. Her hands were behind her back, and she had a heroic aura. Even if they hadn't seen her before, they could confirm her identity at a glance. Pang Huanin. She's outside. While they were talking, Pang Huanin seemed to have noticed something. She looked up and met the eyes of the cultivators on duty. It was as if she was looking at them from a distance. Her sharp gaze made the group of cultivators take a few steps back. She can calculate the location of my summer mountain's door? Someone was so shocked that his face turned pale. The three great secret realms of the human clan drifted in the void. The elders of each clan had their own calculation method. If they didn't know the method, it was impossible to calculate the corresponding position of the door at a certain time. Pang Yanin was waiting outside the secret realm. Obviously, she had a way to calculate the location of the door. This was simply unbelievable. What was even more shocking was, what method did she use to transmit her voice into the room? Quickly report this to the mountain chieftain, the old man surnamed Jiang hurriedly ordered. Someone immediately accepted the order and rushed towards Mount Meru. Old Jiang, this woman is outside. What should we do now? Elder Jiang said calmly, what's there to be afraid of? Although she has calculated the location of the Shumi Mountain's door, she can't break in. It's just that this matter is of great importance, so it's best to let the mountain chieftain know about it as soon as possible. Only then did the group come back to their senses. That's right, if the door isn't open, Pang Huanin won't be able to barge in. What's there to be afraid of? Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a strange spiritual power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Then, a large golden light spread out, outlining the shape of a door. This. Old Jiang couldn't help but take a few steps back, his old face full of shock. He had just said that Pang Huanin wouldn't be able to enter Mount Meru, but as soon as he said that, the door showed signs of opening. What was certain was that the ones who opened the door were not the cultivators on duty. That Pang Huanin had somehow managed to open the door to Mount Meru by force. Old Jiang's heart was filled with horror. Quickly close the door. Someone shouted. Many cultivators on duty began to move in a hurry. If the door could be opened, it could also be closed. No matter what kind of method Pang Huanin used to do this, they couldn't let her in. If they let her in like this, it would be a dereliction of duty on the cultivators on duty. However, at this moment, a big hand reached out from the door of the Five Forces scripture and grabbed the edge of the door. The door was originally illusory and was formed by the convergence of spiritual power, but at this moment, it seemed to be a physical existence. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the big hand, and a sense of horror arose in the depths of their hearts. It was as if it wasn't a human hand that grabbed the edge of the door, but the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. And from that door, a ferocious beast was about to step out. The big hand that grabbed the edge of the door exerted force, and a figure rushed out from the door and stood in front of it, looking like a door god. Everyone looked up and saw that the person who rushed in was a young man in his 20s. His clothes were ragged, and he stood there covered in blood. Through the gaps in his torn clothes, the wounds on his body were faintly visible. Rebirth. The great wave-fighting era, those were not traces left behind by a great battle, but the price of being cut by the void when the door was not completely stabilized. However, this person's expression did not change. He stood there quietly with his eyes slightly lowered, and the black hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow over his eyes, making it impossible for others to see his expression clearly. He held the long force of the 5 forces scripture in his hand, and his 5 fingers gently grasped the handle. No one dared to make any moves because this person appeared. Everybody could feel that those who had a relationship with him were certain of their own safety. Any unusual movement could possibly lead to an attack from the enemy's side. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and some cultivators were so nervous that their foreheads were sweating. The golden door quickly stabilized, and another figure walked out from the door. The spiritual power of the body-strengthening body surged, and a dazzling light bloomed as if it was resisting something. It was Pang Huanin. After the light around her disappeared, everyone realized that she did not enter alone, but was followed by an old man. After entering Mount Meru, she smiled and looked at Elder Jiang and the others, who were facing a great enemy but did not dare to act rashly. "Thank you for your trouble." The faces of all the cultivators on duty twitched. "What trouble? How could it be trouble? You are clearly breaking in. Don't make it sound like we opened the door for you." This was the first time they realized that the master of the Ziwei Taoist palace had the ability to turn black into white. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yi, who was the first to rush in. She frowned and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" It was not easy to open someone's door by force, and they would definitely find a way to resist. If that was the case, it would only alert the enemy. Therefore, they could not delay after the door was opened. One person had to go first to restrain the cultivators on duty. However, passing through before the door was completely stabilized was accompanied by a great risk. The wounds on Lu Ye's body were the price of this trip. This forced entry was a little different from the last time when they left the Silver Snake Valley. Although the door in the Silver Snake Valley was not completely stabilized last time, it was much better than this time. After all, the Silver Snake Valley had been preparing for a long time. Therefore, when Lu Yi and Ing Wuji left through the door, they were at most a little dizzy, but not injured. However, the injuries on his body at this moment could be considered a serious injury to any other cultivator. What surprised Pang Huanin was that Lu Ye's aura did not show any signs of weakening, as if those injuries did not have much effect on him. "It's okay," Lu Yi replied and moved his right hand away from the hilt of his saber. The feeling of horror that frightened the cultivators on duty also disappeared at this moment. Elder Jiang glanced at Lu Yi with fear in his eyes and then bowed to Pang Huanin. "Palace Master Pang, we have sent someone to inform the Mountain Lord. Please wait here for a moment. The Mountain Lord will be happy to know that Palace Master Pang has come in person." He did not blame Pang Huanin and the others for forcing their way in. It had already happened, and there was no point in blaming them. Moreover, they were already in the territory of Mount Meru, and the strong dragon could not suppress the local snake. The decision and the way to deal with this matter would be taken care of by the higher-up. The cultivators on duty could only pretend that they did not know anything. Therefore, what he needed to do was very simple. He needed to keep Pang Huanin here. "All right, then this palace lord will wait here for your mountain lord's arrival," Pang Huanin answered. Since they had already broken in, they should do as the mountain lord wished. If they forced their way out at this time, it would only cause a conflict. She was satisfied that the cultivators on duty were willing to pretend to be deaf and dumb. She turned her head and looked to the side. "Elder Shao, recover first. Yi, heal your injuries." In front of outsiders, it was not appropriate to call her fellow Taoist Lu, so she simply called Lu Yi by her name. As for Elder Shao, it was not easy to force open someone else's door. Even if he had the treasures left behind by the ancestors of the Tao Palace, His spiritual power was almost exhausted. Lu Yi and Elder Shao were both frowning. One walked to the side and meditated to recover, while the other tore off his tattered clothes and fetched water to wash away the blood stains. The cultivators on duty could clearly see that the many wounds on Lu Ye's body were no longer bleeding, and the flesh around the wounds were tightly closed. They were all amazed. Pang Huanin just stood there quietly. She opened her mind and tried her best to sense something. But soon she gave up. Because she could not sense anything. She was secretly amazed. That cultivator called Ing Wuji's Tao of Concealment was really superb. When they forced their way in, Lu Yi went first to distract the attention of the cultivators on duty. Pang Huanin followed closely behind and deliberately urged her spiritual power to make a lot of movement. She also released a bright light, not to show her strength, but to cover for Ing Wuji. Ing Wuji followed her in. The moment he came in, he hid his figure and then disappeared. At this moment, Ing Wuji was nowhere to be found. However, this was the plan they had made before they came, so she was not worried about anything. Pang Huanin did not understand why Lu Yi insisted on coming to Mount Meru. What method did he have to force Mount Meru to take the initiative to fight against the corpse race? If Mount Meru and Silver Snake Valley really wanted to take the initiative to fight against the corpse race, they would have taken action long ago. They would not have delayed until today. If the three great secret realms of the human race could sincerely cooperate and fight against the corpse race, they might be able to fight to the death with the corpse race. Unfortunately, Ziwei Dao Palace had worked hard for thousands of years, but there was no result. Therefore, she was still looking forward to Lu Ye's promise. She also had a wait-and-see attitude. She clicked to download the best book reading app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 8:16. Pang Huanin came to Mount Meru's secret realm, not only to fulfill the second condition she promised Lu Yi, but also to sit down and talk about cooperation with Mount Meru. Although the chances were slim, everything depended on effort. If one did not try hard, many things would never be accomplished. Pang Huanin stood quietly beside the door, Elder Shao was quietly recovering, and Lu Yi had changed into new clothes. In the distance, at the Meru mountain range, several figures were rushing over. The one in the lead was tall and sturdy, with a full beard on his face. He had a natural heroic appearance. This man was the current master of Mount Meru's secret realm, Lu Zhengguan. At this moment, his face was gloomy. Obviously, he was not in a good mood. It was no wonder that he was in a good mood. After all, someone had barged into his secret realm uninvited. It turned out that the warning left by the ancestors was true. The Ziwei Daoist Palace really could calculate the location of the other two secret realms, and even had the means to open them by force. He used to think that it was impossible, but after what happened today, he had no choice but to believe it even if he did not dare to. What was that woman trying to do? Compared to the anger in his heart, he was more puzzled. That woman must have known that such means violated the taboo of others, but even so, she did not hesitate to expose it. What was her purpose? Was she planning to completely fall out with Mount Meru? That was unlikely. Although he had only met Pang Huanin once, she was not an unscrupulous person. Relatively speaking, although she was young, she was more rational than most of the elders. Mountain Master, should we bring more people? A Mount Meru cultivator followed closely behind and asked. Why would we bring so many people? Lu Zhengguan snorted coldly. At the same time, somewhere in Mount Meru, in a quiet valley, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Ing Wuji, who had disappeared after entering the secret realm. With his ability as a ghost cultivator and Pang Huanin's cover, the cultivators on duty in front of the secret realm would not be able to find him. For him, as long as he entered the secret realm, he would be like a tiger in the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Unless he wanted to, the people of Mount Meru would not be able to find him. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out a wooden box from his bosom. This box was given to him by Lu Yi. He didn't know what was inside, but on the way here, Lu Yi had told him to open the box after entering Mount Meru, then take out the things inside and casually find a hidden place to throw it away. What the hell is Lu Yi doing? Wuji was puzzled. Wuji gently opened the wooden box, and the thing in the box. It was something that looked like a crystal, and there seemed to be something sealed inside the crystal. He seemed to have seen something extremely inconceivable, and his eyes and face were full of shock. It turned out that what Lu Qing said was true. Lu Ye had information that no one else knew. He must have received special guidance from Heaven's secret. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous thing appear in his hands? If it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient for him to act, he probably wouldn't have handed this item over to him to deal with. Thinking about how he had been by Lu Ye's side these days, but he did not gain much trust, Wuji felt a little sad. Yeah. Pang Huanin knocked on the door. Lu Yi, who was sitting in the room, opened his eyes and said softly, "Come in." Pang Huanin pushed the door open and entered. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi asked. "We came at the wrong time. It's Lu Zhengguan's big day, so we have to give him some gift. But you know, I went out with Elder Xiao and didn't bring anything. So I was wondering if you could lend me something?" "That's right," Elder Xiao said. Lu Yi thought for a while and took out a bottle of good healing pills. Pang Huanin quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Don't take out the spirit pills. Your alchemy skills are far superior to ours. If you really take out something like that, Lu Zhengguan might have some inappropriate thoughts." Lu Yi took out some spirit tools. "These won't do." "Then what do you want?" Lu Yi looked up at her. Pang Huanin was a little embarrassed. "I don't know." She had never given anyone a gift before, so she had no experience in this field. She felt that this was a great learning. If the gift was too expensive, her heart would ache. If the gift was too cheap, others would think that she was stingy. Weighing the pros and cons was harder than cultivating. "Is there anything I can give to that woman?" She suddenly had an idea. If Lu Zhengguan wanted to get married, it meant that the woman was very important to him. Therefore, if she gave a gift to that woman, it would be better than giving Lu Zhengguan a gift. If she could dispel Lu Zhengguan's resentment, she could talk to him about joining forces. Lu Yi took out a small handkerchief. This thing was naturally his spoils of war. Its quality was not very good, only a mid-grade flying spiritual tool. He did not know where he got it from. He had a lot of things in his storage space that he didn't need at all. "If a fight breaks out..." The person who spoke looked nervous. "I heard that the woman is very strong. It's easier to take more people with you." Lu Zhengguan's voice was like thunder as he cursed. "This is Mount Meru, and I'm the Mount Meru Lord. Since she's already here, she won't be able to cause any trouble. If I take so many people with me, won't it weaken my momentum?" "Mountain Lord, you mean to take her down?" Lu Zhengguan turned his head and looked at the person who spoke as if he was looking at an idiot. "Then what? Wait for the Ziwei Taoist Palace to take revenge? Why are you still so stupid after following me for so many years?" He looked rough and bold, but in fact, he was very careful. He knew that even if the Ziwei Taoist Palace violated their taboo, Mount Meru would not do anything unless they were willing to fall out with the Ziwei Taoist Palace. This was probably why Pang Huanin dared to take the risk. If they really did something to Pang Huanin, Mount Meru might not be able to resist the Ziwei Taoist Palace when they came back. However, knowing this was one thing, but the pent-up anger in his heart could not dissipate. From afar, he saw a group of cultivators on duty with swords drawn and a figure standing quietly. Lu Zhengguan's anger and annoyance instantly disappeared and was replaced by a cheerful smile. Before he got close, he laughed out loud. "I had a sudden feeling this morning that something good was about to happen. It turns out that it was Palace Lord Pang. I apologize for not coming out to meet you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already not far from Pang Huanin. He had a bright smile on his face, as if he was very happy to see Pang Huanin. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Elder Shao and Lu Yi. Lu Zhenguan had an impression of Elder Shao. He knew that he was Pang Huanin's Tao protector. However, he did not have any impression of Lu Yi, so he paid a little more attention to him. Since Pang Huanin brought him with her at this time, he must be a good person. Mountain Lord Lu, long time no see. I hope you don't blame me for coming uninvited. Pang Huanin nodded slightly and smiled. You're too kind. Palace Lord Pang is such a distinguished guest that I couldn't even invite. It's my Mount Meru's honor to have you here today. If Palace Lord is interested, you can stay for a few more days and drink a cup of my wedding wine. Pang Huanin was stunned. Mountain Lord Lu is getting married? This guy seemed to have said before that among all the women in the world, only she was worthy of his attention. If he wanted to marry, she would have to be willing to marry. It was obvious that he had good eyesight. Moreover, Lu Zhenguan never seemed to be short of women. For so many years, he had no intention of getting married. Why was he suddenly getting married? This was strange. Pang Huanin couldn't help but be curious. What kind of woman could make Lu Zhenguan have such thoughts? However, it was only a trace of curiosity. Whether Lu Zhenguan got married or not had nothing to do with her. She had her own purpose for coming here this time. Lu Zhenguan scratched his head and laughed. I've made a fool of myself in front of Palace Lord. The group of cultivators on duty looked on in amazement. They thought that with their Mountain Lord's temper, he would be furious when he found out that someone had broken through his door. He might even lead a group of experts over and a big battle would be inevitable. However, their Mountain Lord didn't mention anything about breaking through the door at all. Instead, he chatted happily with Pang Huanin as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Then I have to drink a cup of your wedding wine. This is not the place to talk. Palace Lord Pang, please enter the mountain first. Lu Zhenguan said and extended his hand with a smile in his eyes. Pang Huanin nodded. Then I'll do as you say. Lu Zhenguan's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Pang Huanin accepted his invitation so calmly, as if she didn't care even if there was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den ahead. Clearly, she was confident that Mount Meru wouldn't do anything to her. This woman's guts were not ordinary. Pang Huanin and Lu Zhenguan walked in front, while Lu Yi and the others followed behind. The two in front were chatting happily, while the others behind were silent and wary of each other. The atmosphere was strange. After entering Mount Meru, Lu Zhenguan said, Palace Lord, you've come a long way. Please rest for half a day. I'll have someone prepare a banquet. We'll drink and chat again in the evening. Very well. Pang Huanin naturally followed the host's wishes. Immediately, Lu Zhenguan ordered people to lead Pang Huanin, Lu Yi, and the others to a nearby spirit peak. The spirit peak wasn't big, and there were 3 to 5 palaces. It seemed that no one lived there usually. Lu Yi and the others entered the spirit peak and rested under the arrangement of Mount Meru's cultivators. In the side room, Lu Yi sat upright. Although his injuries hadn't healed, they weren't serious. For him, they were just flesh wounds. With the surging vitality in his body, such injuries didn't need to be treated deliberately. They would be healed in 2 or 3 days. When he opened his mind, he could sense the aura of cultivators hiding nearby. Obviously, they were left behind by Mount Meru to monitor them. It was a reasonable thing, so Lu Yi didn't care much about it. At the same time, somewhere in Mount Meru, in a quiet valley, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Ying Wuji, who had disappeared after entering the secret realm. With his ghost cultivation ability and Pang Huanin's cover, the cultivators guarding the gate couldn't find him at all. For him, as long as he entered the secret realm, it was like a tiger entering the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Unless he wanted to, the people of Mount Meru would never find him. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out a wooden box from his arms. This box was given to him by Lu Yi. He didn't know what was inside, but on the way here, Lu Yi had told him to open the box after entering Mount Meru, then take out the things inside, and casually find a hidden place to throw it away. What the hell is Lu Yi doing? Ingwuji was puzzled. He gently opened the wooden box, and the thing inside was imprinted in his eyes. It was something like a crystal, and there seemed to be something sealed in the crystal. Ingwuji fixed his eyes on it, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. This is... He seemed to have seen something extremely inconceivable, and his eyes and face were full of surprise. Soon, he reacted. It turned out that what Lu Qing said was true. Lu Yi had information that no one else knew, so he must have received special guidance from Tianji. Otherwise, how could he have such an outrageous thing in his hands? This time, if it wasn't inconvenient for him to act, he probably wouldn't have handed this thing over to him. Thinking about how he had been following Lu Yi around these days, but didn't gain much trust, Ingwuji felt a little sad. Yeah. Pang Huanin's voice sounded at the door. Lu Yi, who was sitting in the room, opened his eyes and said softly, "Come in." Pang Huanin pushed the door open and entered. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi asked. "We came at the wrong time. It's Lu Zhenguan's big day, so we have to give him some gift. But you know, I went out with Elder Xiao and didn't bring anything. So I was wondering if you could lend me something?" "That's right," Elder Xiao said. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of high-quality healing pills. Pang Huanin quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Don't take out the pills. Your alchemy skills are far superior to ours. If you really take out something like this, Lu Zhenguan might have some ideas he shouldn't have." Lu Yi took out some spirit tools. "These won't do either." "Then what do you want?" Lu Yi looked up at her. Pang Huanin was a little embarrassed. "I don't know." She had never given anyone a congratulatory gift before, so she had no experience in this. She felt that this was really a great learning. If the gift was too expensive, she would feel distressed. If the gift was too cheap, others would think she was stingy. Weighing the pros and cons was harder than cultivating. "Is there anything I can give to that woman?" She suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If someone like Lu Zhenguan had the idea of getting married, it meant that the woman was very important to him. Therefore, if she were to give a gift to that woman, the effect would be better than giving Lu Zhenguan himself. If she could dispel Lu Zhenguan's resentment, then this trip would be a good time to talk to him about joining forces. Lu Yi took out a small handkerchief. Naturally, this thing was his spoils of war. The quality was not very good. It was only a mid-grade flying spiritual tool. He did not know where he got it from. He had a lot of things like this in his storage space that he didn't need at all. Chapter 8:17. This thing. Pang Huanin picked up the handkerchief-like spiritual artifact and examined it. She nodded and said, "This thing is suitable." Although the refining method was slightly different from that of the Wushuang continent, and it was quite exquisite, it was just a flying spiritual artifact after all. It was not useful in a battle. Although the quality was not very high, it should be very popular with women. "I didn't know." Pang Huanin glanced at Lu Yi with some ridicule. Obviously, she had misunderstood something. Lu Yi was too lazy to explain to her. "I'll accept this. Just take it as a loan." Pang Huanin put away the handkerchief and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Pang Huanin's expression suddenly became strange. No one had ever talked to her like this since she was a child, because she was the strongest earth cultivator in Mount Meru and even the entire Wushuang continent. She had always been the one protecting others, and no one was qualified to say that they would protect her. "What I mean is, if you want to do something, do it as soon as possible. You may not have a chance later." Lu Yi nodded. He had already given the thing to Ingwuji in advance, so he did not need to do anything. He believed that Ingwuji could handle it well. Pang Huanin soon left. In the evening, a cultivator of Mount Meru came to invite them, saying that Lu Zhenguan had prepared a banquet to welcome the three guests. Naturally, Pang Huanin didn't refuse. She led Lu Yi and Elder Shao to another spiritual mountain peak. After a while, Lu Zhenguan stood up in the Spirit Mountain's ship to welcome them, followed by a group of Mount Meru experts. They greeted each other, and the guests and hosts were harmonious. However, with Lu Ye's powerful perception, he could naturally sense that there were many auras hidden in the hall. He knew that Pang Huanin was right. There was no way that Mount Meru would turn a blind eye to the previous incident. They would definitely make things difficult for Lu Yi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this hall as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Everyone entered the hall and took their seat. No matter what Lu Zhenguan's real personality was, at least on the surface, he was very forthright and easy to get close to. Under his loud greeting, everyone toasted each other and the atmosphere was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Pang Huanin smiled and said, "I came here in a hurry. I didn't know that Mountain Lord Lu was about to celebrate, so I wasn't prepared. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Mountain Lord Lu won't take it to heart." As she spoke, she tilted her head and gestured. Elder Shao, who was sitting below her, stood up and walked forward with an exquisite box. Lu Zhenguan laughed loudly and said, "Palace Lord Pang is considerate. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This Lu is just about to get married here, and Palace Lord Pang came. This is truly a double blessing. Ah!" As he laughed heartily, the cultivators of Mount Sumeru naturally followed suit, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. "I wonder what's in this box?" Lu Zhenguan asked casually. Pang Huanin said, "Mountain Lord Lu is a mountain lord, so I'm sure he doesn't lack anything. Therefore, this box isn't for Mountain Lord Lu, but for the future wife of my sister-in-law. As for what this box is, it's for a woman. She'll know after she sees it. I'm sure she'll like it." Lu Zhenguan was slightly surprised. He raised his hand and said, "If that's the case, then send it to the inner room." "Yes." Immediately, a female cultivator who looked like a maid stepped forward and took the box from Elder Zhao's hand. She held it with both hands and flew away. Dozens of miles away from this spiritual peak, on another spiritual peak, a secluded palace was destroyed. In the dead of night, in a room in the deepest part of the palace, there were 2 figures of women. One of them was tall and beautiful, while the other had a plump figure and a quiet temperament. The candlelight in the room was dim. The woman with the quiet temperament sat by the table, casually stirring the wick of the candle, looking bored. The other woman with the tall figure sat opposite her and looked at her speechlessly. "In 3 days, Lu Zhenguan will be here to marry you. Aren't you worried?" The 2 of them had not known each other for long, so they were not close. However, they were both from Jiuzhou and were sent here by Jiuzhou's Tianji. Now that the others were nowhere to be seen, the 2 of them should advance and retreat together. Therefore, no matter what position she took, she did not want to see her companion marry someone from the Wushuang continent. "What's the use of being worried?" The woman with the quiet temperament smiled gently. "Are you going to take me and fight our way out?" The woman opposite her shook her head and said, "Don't count on that. Although I'm confident that I can escape alone, if I take you with me, it's impossible. So it's useless to be worried. Let's just wait and see. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Mount Meru." The tall woman sighed. When they came to the Wushuang continent, the 2 of them met. The tall woman was a medical cultivator, so even if her cultivation was lower, she protected her well, because she did not know when she would need her help. The 2 of them inquired about a lot of information about this world. In the end, they set their eyes on the 3 major human secret realms because they felt that the others would probably have the same idea. Therefore, if they wanted to meet with others, they had to borrow the power of the secret realms. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. Just when the 2 of them were worried about not being able to find the entrance to the secret realms, they met a few earth cultivators in the wilderness who were about to die at the hands of the zombie clan. The tall woman saved their lives, and the gentle woman cured the original corpse poison in their bodies. The cultivators were immediately shocked by the gentlewoman because there was no cure for the origin corpse poison. It had been like this for 1,000 years, so they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could cure the origin corpse poison. This made them realize the great value of the gentlewoman, and they immediately sent out an invitation to enter Mount Meru. The two women already had this plan, so they naturally went with the flow. However, it was easy to come, but it was difficult to leave now. Especially that Lu Zhenguan, he intended to use this marriage as a restraint to keep the gentlewoman in Mount Meru forever, and let her advance and retreat together with Mount Meru. Therefore, no matter what position she took, she did not want to see her companion marry someone from the Wushuang continent. What's the use of being anxious? The gentlewoman with a quiet temperament smiled gently. Don't tell me you want to take me and kill our way out? The woman opposite shook her head and said, Don't count on that. Although I'm confident that I can escape by myself, if I take you with me, it's impossible. So it's useless to be anxious. Let's just wait and see. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Mount Meru. The tall woman sighed. When they came to the Wushuang continent, the two of them met. The other party was a medical cultivator, so even if her cultivation was lower, she still protected the other party very well because she never knew when she would need the other party's help. The two of them inquired about a lot of information about this world, and finally set their eyes on the three major human secret realms because they felt that others would also have the same idea. Therefore, if they wanted to meet others, they must borrow the power of the secret realms. Coincidentally, just when the two of them were worried about not being able to find the entrance to the secret realms, they met a few cultivators in the wilderness who were about to die at the hands of the zombie clan. The tall woman saved their lives, and the gentlewoman cured the original corpse poison in their bodies. Those cultivators were immediately shocked by the gentlewoman because there was no cure for the original corpse poison. For many years, they had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could cure the original corpse poison. This made them realize the great value of the gentlewoman, and they immediately sent out an invitation to enter Mount Meru. The two women already had this plan, so they naturally pushed the boat with the current. However, it was easy to come, but it was difficult to leave now. Especially that Lu Zhenguan, he intended to use this marriage as a restraint to keep the gentlewoman in Mount Meru forever and let her serve Mount Meru. It would be best if she could spread the method to cure the original corpse poison. If so, Mount Meru would no longer have to fear the original corpse poison in the future. If not, why would Lu Zhenguan do this? If he simply liked beauty, there was no lack of beauties in Mount Meru. I always feel that you are scheming something. Tell me, what do you plan to do? The tall woman looked at the figure in front of her. A woman's intuition was always sharp. After getting along with each other these days, she always had a feeling that this seemingly harmless medical cultivator, who only knew how to treat people, was definitely not as simple as she seemed on the surface. I'm just a medical cultivator. What kind of scheme could I have? The woman smiled gently. A moth suddenly flew towards the candle flame and was instantly burned to ashes. The gentlewoman raised her eyebrows and looked at the other side. How about you marry in my place? The tall woman snorted. In your dreams. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you have any plans, you should discuss them with me early. Don't be caught off guard and can't cooperate with you. I don't have any plans. Someone is coming. The two women instantly fell silent. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. The gentlewoman got up and opened the door. A female cultivator stood outside the door, holding an exquisite box in her hand. What's this? She looked down. Today, several distinguished guests came to the mountain. This is a congratulatory gift from those guests to Madam. Distinguished guests. The gentlewoman was surprised. In the current situation of the Wushuang continent, the secret realms were basically closed. How could there be any distinguished guests? And for Mount Meru, those who could be called distinguished guests were probably working for the mountain. It would be best if they could spread the method to cure the original corpse poison. If so, Mount Meru would no longer have to fear the original corpse poison in the future. If not, why would Lu Zhiguan act like this? If he simply liked beauty, there was no lack of beauties in Mount Meru. I always feel that you are scheming something. Tell me, what do you plan to do? The tall woman examined the figure in front of her. A woman's intuition was always sharp. After getting along with each other these days, she always had a feeling that this seemingly harmless medical cultivator, who only knew how to treat people, was definitely not as simple as she seemed on the surface. Fairy wood romance, I'm just a medical cultivator, what kind of scheme could I have? The woman smiled gently. A moth suddenly flew towards the candle flame and was instantly burned to ashes. The gentlewoman raised her eyebrows and looked at the other side. How about you marry in my place? The tall woman snorted. In your dreams. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you have any plans, discuss them with me early. Don't be caught off guard and can't cooperate with you. I don't have any plans. Someone is coming. The two women instantly fell silent. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. The gentlewoman got up and opened the door. Outside stood a female cultivator with an exquisite box in her hand. What's this? She looked down. Today, a few distinguished guests came to the mountain. This is a congratulatory gift from those guests to Madam. Distinguished guests. The gentlewoman was surprised. In the current situation of the Wushuang continent, the secret realms were basically closed. How could there be distinguished guests? And for Mount Meru, those who could be called distinguished guests were probably the important figures of the other two secret realms. Who came? The gentlewoman asked. The female cultivator hesitated for a moment, not knowing if she should say it. If you don't say it, take it back. The tall woman snorted coldly, her face as cold as ice. The female cultivator sighed and said truthfully, It's Pang Huanin of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. Palace Master Pang is here. It was indeed one of the other two secret realms, and the Palace Master of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. The gentlewoman accepted the gift and did not ask any more questions. The female cultivator left. After the female cultivator left, the tall woman suddenly said, How about I find a way to find that Palace Master Pang and ask her to save you? This is Mount Meru. Even the people of the Ziwei Daoist Palace have to follow the rules here. They can't offend Mount Meru for me. The others might not be worth the Ziwei Daoist Palace's attention, but you are different. If the Ziwei Daoist Palace knows that you have the ability to cure the origin corpse poison, they might be tempted. The gentlewoman shook her head. So what if they are tempted? The Palace Master of the Ziwei Daoist Palace is unlikely to take the risk. The tall woman thought about it and felt that it made sense. A powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. As long as the people of the Ziwei Daoist Palace had some sense, they would not do as they wished. They did not know each other and did not have any special relationship. Feelings. Don't you want to see what it is? The tall woman looked at the exquisite box on the table. Take a look if you want, but it shouldn't be anything good. As soon as she finished speaking, the tall woman opened the box and took something out. She could not help but reveal a look of surprise as she looked at the gift in her hand. This thing. Hearing the change in her voice, the gentlewoman could not help but look up. She originally thought that it was some incredible treasure that made the woman so surprised, but when she looked at it, it was actually a spirit artifact that looked like a handkerchief. She was startled because this thing looked very familiar. Let me see. She stretched out her hand to ask for it. The tall woman handed over the handkerchief. The gentlewoman took it and carefully examined it. Her beautiful eyes revealed confusion. This is the flying cloud handkerchief? There were many types of flying spirit artifacts used by the cultivators of the 9 regions, but the most common type was the spirit boat-shaped flying spirit artifact because it was convenient to use. If female cultivators wanted to look beautiful, there were other types of flying spirit artifacts. For example, there was the flying basket that looked like a flower basket or the flying cloud handkerchief that looked like a handkerchief. When she had chosen her own flying spirit artifact, she had made a choice between the flying basket and the flying cloud handkerchief, and in the end, she had chosen the former. However, she was not unfamiliar with the flying cloud handkerchief. Therefore, she could tell at a glance that this was the flying cloud handkerchief, and it was something that came from the 9 Regions Tianji treasury. She clicked to download the best book-chasing app, which many readers use to read books aloud. Chapter 8:18. In the main hall, many cultivators were sitting still. The atmosphere of toasting was no longer there. Instead, the atmosphere was solemn. Only Pang Huanin's deep voice could be heard in the hall. Fulfilling Lu Ye's request was secondary. The most important thing was that she wanted to take this opportunity to discuss with Lu Jingguan. She wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk about the possibility of the two sects joining forces to fight against the corpse race. She analyzed the current situation of the Wushuang continent. The current situation described the tragic fate of the human race in the outside world and predicted the possible future. Some drank silently, some looked on coldly, and some were disdainful. Even though Lu Jingguan's attitude was calm, he did not give a direct answer, nor was he discouraged. He continued to persuade her. As long as there was a chance, she did not want to miss it. Mountain Lord Lu, the 3 sects of the human race are indeed drifting in the void without a trace. But how long can this last? Thousands of years ago, the human race in the Wushuang continent was prosperous. Now, if the human race in the outside world is wiped out one day, how can the 3 sects of the human race remain unscathed? The sects of the human race in the outside world and the human race in the outside world are of the same origin. We should advance and retreat together. Mountain Lord Lu, please reconsider. Pang Huanin's words were sincere, and Hong Guang's expression was solemn. In the end, she added, if Mount Meru is willing to join forces with the Ziwei Daoist Palace, the Daoist Palace is willing to be the vanguard. Let's see if we can still eliminate the demons in this world after thousands of years. At the head of the table, Lu Jingguan put down the wine cup in his hand and exhaled. He nodded and said, Palace Lord Pang is right. However, this matter is of great importance. I can't make the decision alone. I need to gather all the elders in the mountain and discuss it together. If Palace Lord Pang wants me to give an answer now, I'm in a difficult position. Pang Huanin said, it's good that Mountain Lord Lu has such intentions. It's also a blessing for the human race in the Wushuang continent. But, Lu Jingguan narrowed his eyes and stared at Pang Huanin. There's something I don't understand. Palace Lord Pang, please enlighten me. Pang Huanin said, go ahead, Mountain Lord Lu. The divination method of the 3 sects of the human race is a secret. I wonder how Palace Lord Pang learned the divination method of Mount Meru. What method did you use to open the door to my Sumeru mountain? Just as Pang Huanin had said to Lu Yi before, Lu Jingguan was a man who appeared to be forthright on the surface, but in reality, he was a scheming man. Although he did not mention a single word about them breaking into his residence, there was bound to be a time when he would make things difficult for them. After all, it was a taboo to barge into someone else's house. If everyone did this, then the mystic realm would not be safe in the future. For tonight's welcoming banquet, there were many powerhouses from Mount Meru in the open and in the dark. It was obvious that Mount Meru had made ample preparations. Pang Huanin also knew that if she couldn't give Emora a full EMS, Emora wouldn't have much of a chance to join forces with her. They might not even be able to walk out of this place alive. Of course, it was unlikely that Mount Meru would kill them. Lu Jingguan would not want to offend Ziwei Palace. Elder Xiao! Pang Huanin shouted. Elder Xiao stood up and stepped forward. He took out a treasure that looked like a golden ring and presented it with both hands. The inheritance of Mount Meru has been broken, and many of its records have been lost. Mountain Lord, you may not know this, but when Mount Meru Mystic Realm was built, the ancestor of Ziwei Palace contributed a lot. Therefore, he left behind this item and the method of deduction so that if Mount Meru is in trouble in the future, we can help in time. There was no way to know the purpose of the ancestor of Ziwei Palace leaving behind this golden ring treasure, but it was definitely not as Elder Shao said. As he spoke, a cultivator of Mount Meru took the golden ring from his hand and presented it to Lu Jingguan. Lu Jingguan held the golden ring in his hand and examined it over and over again, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Elder Shao spoke again. We had no choice but to break into Mount Meru. But please rest assured, Mountain Lord Lu. This is the only treasure left behind by our ancestor. I'm the only one who knows the method of deduction. Now that I've presented this item to you, no one will be able to break into Mount Meru's door. Lu Jingguan nodded slightly. The ancestor of Ziwei Palace is an outstanding person. This item is mysterious, but I can't see anything special about it. I believe Elder Shao, but... He looked up at Elder Shao. Mount Meru will accept this item. How can I accept such a wide array of methods? Please teach me, Elder Shao. Elder Shao said, this old man will keep his mouth shut like a bottle. I won't pass down the method of deduction. Lu Jingguan shook his head slowly. It's not that I don't believe you, Elder Shao. It's just that this is a serious matter, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. Then what do you think, Mountain Lord? Lu Jingguan's face trembled slightly, and his voice gradually turned cold. Only the dead can keep secret. Pang Huanin's heart sank. Elder Shao nodded. Mountain Lord is right. In this world, only the dead can keep secret. If Mountain Lord is willing to accept my Palace Lord's request, I'll give my life to Mountain Lord. What's wrong with that? Elder Shao! Pang Huanin shouted. Elder Shao didn't look at her. He shook his head slowly and looked directly at Lu Suoguan. Mountain Lord, I'm old and won't live for long. I'm not afraid of death, but Mountain Lord is still in his prime and has a lot of potential. After Mountain Lord, your descendants will be endless. Don't you think about your descendants? Do you want them to stay in this secret realm forever? Is that so? The world outside used to be the world of the human race. Now we humans are hiding and hiding. The human race in the outside world is in a precarious situation. The 3 secret realms have the capital, but they only know how to take care of themselves. They don't dare to take the lead in the world. As such, they are unworthy of being secret realm cultivators. My Palace Lord is a woman, but she has the ambition to pacify the world. Mountain Lord is a good man. Are you inferior to my Palace Lord? Shut up. How dare you? Old man, you're courting death. As soon as Elder Shao finished speaking, the group of Mount Meru cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the hall surged, and the scene became chaotic. Elder Shao didn't stop. Instead, he took a step forward and said in a threatening manner, Today's matter is my Dao Palace's fault. If Mountain Lord wants to take my life to prevent future troubles, I have nothing to say. I only hope that Mountain Lord can see the world situation clearly and agree to join forces with my Dao Palace to fight against the enemy. If so, I will die without regrets. In the face of Elder Zhao's aggressiveness, the muscles on Lu Jingguan's face trembled even more. He just wanted to deal with the Dao Palace's implementation of the Summer Gate method, but he was forced to make a choice by the old man in front of him. He sighed inwardly. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. In the current situation, if he really wanted to kill Elder Shao, he would have to agree to join forces with Dao Yan. In that case, Pang Huanin wouldn't say anything. At that time, even if it was for the sake of the harmony between the 2 secret realms, he couldn't vent his hatred. However, if he didn't kill Elder Shao, the first version of the Yan Shaoji incident would be over. The old man's impassioned speech seemed as if he was willing to die for the human race in the world, but in fact, he was forcing him to make a decision. Lu Zhengguan was worried about the fire in his head, but he couldn't help it. Just as he was worrying, a female cultivator, Huiyu, rushed in. Lu Zhengguan suddenly stood up and shouted, "What's the matter?" This female cultivator was obviously the person he arranged to stay at the spirit peak where the two women lived. Could it be that something had happened there? This shocked Lu Zhengguan quite a bit. One of the two women must not be in any danger. Elder Xiao and Pang Huanin were secretly surprised by his exaggerated attitude. The female cultivator hurriedly reported, "Mountain Lord, the lady is very satisfied with the gift from today's guest. She said that she would like to personally thank you." Lu Zhengguan heaved a long sigh of relief. His hanging heart was relieved. As long as nothing happened there, it was fine. As for personally thanking them, no need. Lu Zhengguan waved his hand. "Tell them to rest in peace." He couldn't wait to hide such a woman. How could he let Pang Huanin and the others see her before the wedding? If Pang Huanin knew about her abilities, the Ziwei Dao Palace might do something. Since ancient times, among the three great secret realms, the Ziwei Dao Palace had the most cultivators who died at the hands of the corpse race. There were many who committed suicide because they were poisoned by the origin corpse poison. If Pang Huanin knew that the woman had the ability to cure the origin corpse poison, she definitely wouldn't let her go. Hence, Lu Zhengguan wouldn't let Pang Huanin see that woman easily. He was curious about this trip to the Ziwei Dao Palace. What kind of gift did he give her that made her so satisfied that she didn't even hesitate to personally thank him? Mountain Lord, the sisters couldn't stop her. The female cultivator looked terrified. She didn't care about the presence of outsiders and reported truthfully. What couldn't stop her? Lu Zhengguan's voice trailed off. He finally understood what was going on. There were fluctuations of spiritual power, and he could vaguely hear clanking sounds coming from afar. It seemed that someone had stopped a fight and was rushing toward them. Pang Huanin's eyes flashed with surprise. She secretly gave Elder Xiao a look, and Elder Xiao hurriedly retreated. Just as he was about to whisper a few words to Lu Yi beside him, he saw that Lu Yi was looking outside with a thoughtful look on his face. "Yi, what's wrong?" Pang Huanin asked. Lu Yi suddenly smiled. "Nothing." Pang Huanin was stunned. Ever since she met Lu Yi, she had never seen him smile. She thought that this guy was a cold person. She didn't expect that he could smile. However, this smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Just as she was puzzled, two figures rushed in from the entrance of the main hall. A group of female cultivators followed closely behind them. All of them looked wretched. It was obvious that they didn't manage to gain anything. They tried to stop them along the way, but it was to no avail. The person they were trying to stop was unimaginably powerful. Lu Zhengguan thought that his plan was foolproof, but it was useless in front of the woman with two sabers. Chapter 8:19. The sudden appearance of the two women caused the atmosphere in the hall to become strange. Pang Huanin and Elder Xiao obviously didn't know what was going on and were both surprised. Lu Zhengguan's face darkened. The scene he didn't want to see the most still happened. How did they get here? A bunch of trash, they couldn't even stop two people. He glared fiercely at the group of female cultivators who rushed over and quickly walked down from the main seat. With a smile on his face, he greeted the two women who broke into the hall. "Why are you here? If there's anything, you could have asked someone to inform me. Why did you have to come here personally?" He made up his mind that he couldn't let Pang Huanin know about this gentlewoman's ability. As he spoke, he gave a look to the female cultivators behind them. Only then did the female cultivators retreat, but they still had lingering fear on their faces. They could feel that in the simple exchange just now, the woman with the dual sabers had shown mercy. Otherwise, many of them would have died. "Which one of you is Palace Master Pang Huanin?" Of the two women, the gentle and quiet one asked softly. Although it was a question, her eyes immediately fell on Pang Huanin. Then, she glanced at Lu Yi who was beside Pang Huanin with a smile in her eyes. Now that things had come to this point, It was no longer realistic to try to stop anything. Lu Zhengguan still had some vigilance in his heart and said, "It seems that Palace Master Pang's gift is indeed extraordinary. Come, 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 let me introduce you." He became more and more curious. What kind of gift did Pang Huanyin have that she had to come here personally to thank him? In terms of overall strength, the Ziwei Daoist Palace was indeed stronger than the other two sects, but in terms of wealth, it might not be as good as his own. What kind of gift could Pang Huanyin have? Under his lead, the two women came to Pang Huanyin. Lu Zhengguan said, "This is the Palace Master of the Ziwei Daoist Palace, Palace Master Pang Huanyin." He didn't introduce the two women to Pang Huanyin. After they thanked him, he immediately sent them away. Pang Huanyin didn't move and nodded with a smile. "It's just a small gift. It's fine as long as you like it." She paused for a moment and asked, "How should I address you?" She was indeed a beauty. Her temperament was also the type that men like. However, her cultivation didn't seem to be very high. He didn't know what special ability she had that made Lu Zhengguan want to marry her. Compared to the gentlewoman in front of her, Pang Huanyin was more concerned about the tall woman behind her. She could sense that this woman was not someone to be trifled with. "Hua Xi." She then introduced the girl behind her. "This is my senior sister, Lan Zi." Lan Zi didn't say anything and just kept staring at Lu Yi. There was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth. With this person here, things would be much easier. Lu Ye's eyelids drooped slightly as he sat motionless. When Pang Huanyin saw this strange scene, she suddenly realized something and her heart skipped a beat. "All right, it's late. You've thanked me. Go back and rest," Lu Zhengguan urged. However, Hua Xi acted as if she didn't hear him. She glanced past Pang Huanyin and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked up and met her eyes. He was a little amused, but also a little annoyed and helpless. "You want to get married?" Hua Xi curled her lip. "I didn't agree to anything. It's just their wishful thinking." Lu Yi nodded. "Then it's bullying." "That's right." Hua Xi's expression was serious. She couldn't help but say coquettishly, "You have to make a decision for me." Lan Zi, who was behind her, couldn't help but be surprised. She looked at Hua Xi and then at Lu Yi in confusion. Why did the two of them sound so familiar? As far as she knew, the two of them shouldn't know each other. But now, it seemed that things weren't as she thought. Lu Yi and Hua Xi must have known each other for a long time. It was just that they pretended not to know each other when they were in the land of the Nine State. And from the looks of it, they didn't just know each other. This was going to be a good show to watch. However, Lu Yi was really insidious. He deliberately hid his relationship with Hua Xi. What was he trying to do? Lan Zi quietly took 2 steps back. How could someone as strong as Lu Yi remain indifferent in such a situation? She didn't want to be splashed with blood when he raised his blade. "Yeah, what's going on?" Although Pang Huanyin had some suspicions, she couldn't help but want to confirm it. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at her. "Yeah." Hua Xi's voice was faint, and she looked like she was about to cry. "No wonder you didn't care about me these past few days. It turns out you have a new lover. As expected, it's always the newlyweds who laugh. How can you hear the old crying?" As she said that, she even pretended to wipe the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. Lan Zi secretly praised the show. Although Pang Huanyin didn't know what was going on, she could more or less sense something. She hurriedly explained, "Miss Hua Xi, it's not what you think. Yeah, and I." "Hua Xi, what's going on?" Lu Zhengguan's face turned green. Since Lan Zi brought Hua Xi into this place, the development of the situation was completely out of his control. The scene in front of him was like a scene of a man and a woman who had been separated for a long time. It made him furious. "Who are you to call Hua Xi by her name?" Lu Yi suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Zhengguan with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Lu Zhengguan was shocked. At this moment, He couldn't help but feel like a sheep being stared at by a ferocious tiger, and he was the harmless sheep. In an instant, his whole body turned cold. "How dare you! How dare you!" someone shouted loudly. Lu Yi had already jumped out of her seat. She picked up Hua Xiai and threw her to Pang Huanin. Like the wind, she rushed in front of Lu Jingguan. Clang! She unsheathed her long blade, and a fiery red blade light flashed. When she saw Hua Xiai and Lan Zi, Lu Yi knew that today's matter was destined to not end peacefully. Since that was the case, she had to make the first move. It was impossible to reason with them. Strength was the biggest reason. "How dare you!" Lu Jingguan was furious. The spiritual power and qi and blood in his body instantly burst out. He raised his hand and summoned an extremely heavy blade to meet the fiery red blade light. Although the earth cultivators of Mount Meru did not have the determination and courage of the cultivators of Ziwei Dao Palace to fight the corpse race to the death, they were all sitting here with high cultivation, so their reaction was naturally not slow. The moment Lu Yi made her move, the group of Mount Meru cultivators had already moved. In an instant, the spiritual power in the hall surged, and the scene became chaotic. Pang Huanin's expression changed greatly. She never expected things to develop like this. She knew that Mount Meru would definitely make things difficult for her on this trip, but it should not be a fight. Mount Meru had scruples, so as long as they operated properly, it should not be a problem for them to escape unscathed. However, the current situation was completely out of her control. The only thing she could do was to protect Hua Xiai as much as possible. Lu Yi threw Hua Xiai to her before she made her move. Obviously, this was her purpose. When she thought of this, she quickly pulled Hua Xiai behind her. When she looked up again, her expression froze. This was because she saw Lu Jingguan's figure flying high with a huge wound on his chest and abdomen. His flesh was torn open and blood was spilling out. His rough face was full of shock, as if he did not expect to be seriously injured by a single blade strike. This was the first time Pang Huanin saw Lu Yi make a move, so the shock in her heart was no less than Lu Jingguan's. Previously, when Feng Ruli revealed his strength in Ziwei Dao Palace, he bluntly said that the 9 senior brothers were ranked according to strength, so as the eldest senior brother, Lu Yi should be the strongest. However, Pang Huanin did not know how strong this strongest person was. Although she had speculated in her heart, now it seemed that her speculation had completely underestimated Lu Ye's ability. Lu Jingguan's strength was not as good as hers, but it should be only a little, otherwise, he would not be able to sit on the position of Mount Meru's mountain lord. However, such a powerhouse was seriously injured by Lu Yi in a single move. It seemed that this was the result of Lu Yi showing mercy, otherwise Lu Jingguan might not have survived. Although there were elements of a sneak attack, it was enough to show Lu Ye's strength. On the other hand, Lan Zi's performance also shocked Pang Huanin. This tall and slender woman danced with 2 sabers in her hands and blocked all the Mount Meru cultivators who were pouncing on Lu Yi by herself. Although the situation seemed to be in danger, Pang Huanin knew that she did not have the ability to do so. In other words, this Lan Zi's strength surpassed hers. After seriously injuring Lu Jingguan with 1 saber strike, Lu Yi did not pursue. Instead, he held the sabers in his hand and stood quietly in place. Lu Jingguan fell to the ground. Just as he struggled to get up, he suddenly froze as if he was struck by lightning. This was because he felt a stabbing pain in his back, as if something sharp had pierced his body, and it was only an inch away from his heart. There was someone behind him. Lu Jingguan's hair stood on end. Before the other party attacked, he did not notice at all. Who could it be? He looked around and saw Pang Huanin, Elder Xiao, Lu Ye, Hua Xiai, and Lan Zi. All the recent outsiders were here. Who else would sneak up on him from behind? He could not say that there was a traitor in Mount Meru, right? Everyone, stop! An unfamiliar voice came to his ears. It was not loud, but the noise in the hall quieted down as soon as it came out. The Mount Meru cultivators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they looked at Lu Zhenguan, who was being held hostage by Ing Wuji. At the same time, they were puzzled. Where did this guy come from? They had never seen him before. Pang Huanin and Elder Shao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Before Ing Wuji made his move, they didn't even notice his presence. They didn't even know that Ing Wuji was hiding in the hall. Such a way of hiding and attacking was truly terrifying. Even though he was being held hostage and severely injured, Lu Zhenguan did not show the slightest fear. He only looked at Pang Huanin and gritted his teeth. Pang Huanin, you're good. So this is your plan. Chapter 820. From Lu Zhenguan's point of view, everything was obviously planned by the Ziwei Daoist Palace, and Pang Huanin, as the palace master, was the culprit. However, he did not expect Pang Huanin to be so bold. Not only did she barge into his territory, but she also dared to take the initiative to attack without any warning. That guy named Luya had such terrifying strength. If he had not been seriously injured by him, he would not have been captured so easily. Pang Huanin sighed. Mountain Lord Lu, you misunderstood. At this point, it was useless to explain. She felt helpless. Lu Zhenguan snorted coldly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after capturing me. Don't forget that this is Mount Meru. He suddenly shouted. People of Mount Meru, listen up. Don't worry about my life or death. Capture all these people. If I die, they will be buried with me. Ing Wuji thrust his long saber forward and said in a low voice, If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. You do it. Even if his life was in the hands of others, Lu Zhenguan had no intention of backing down. Instead, he provoked them. Kill me if you dare. Seeing that the people of Mount Meru did not dare to act rashly, he shouted again, What are you waiting for? Do it. Pang Huanin's expression turned cold. If only Mountain Lord could be so tough when facing the Corpse Clan. Unfortunately, Mountain Lord's toughness and persistence are used in the wrong place. After today's incident, she felt quite sorry for Mount Meru, but when she saw Lu Zhenguan's attitude, she could not help but be annoyed. If he had such courage and courage to face death, why not use it against the Corpse Clan? What was the point of being so arrogant in front of fellow human clansmen? Such a person would only be a tyrant in his own home. Cut the crap. At this moment, Hua Xi's figure came out from behind Pang Huanin. She looked at Lu Zhenguan and smiled gently. Mountain Lord Lu, how about I make a deal with you? Although Lu Zhenguan appeared to be furious, it was only a disguise. Hearing Hua Xi's words, he couldn't help but frown. What kind of deal do you want to make? Hua Xi said unhurriedly. Using the lives of all these Sumer mountain cultivators in exchange for a chance for us to leave safely, does Mountain Chieftain think this deal is possible? Lu Zhenguan's face sank. What do you mean by that? I might not be able to explain it clearly. Why don't you see it for yourself, Mountain Chieftain? As Hua Xi spoke, she suddenly lifted her slender finger and activated her spiritual power. She then pointed in the direction of a cultivator in the crowd. An inconceivable scene appeared. Following this, the cultivator couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. His spiritual power was instantly thrown into disarray, and a layer of dark green mist quickly emerged from his body. It was obvious that the fog wasn't anything good. It erupted without any warning, and in just a few breaths of time, the cultivator was completely enveloped. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dissolve the fog, and it even showed signs of becoming denser. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly dispersed, all of them bewildered. I've been poisoned! The cultivator shouted in horror. He could clearly feel that his spiritual power had become stagnant and obscure, and his strength was rapidly declining. Everyone was shocked. Lan Zi felt her scalp go numb. These days, she had been inseparable from Hua Xi, but she had never seen Hua Xi use any tricks on the people of Mount Meru. On the surface, this medical cultivator looked as gentle as jade and harmless to humans and animals, but who would have known that she had such unfathomable abilities? That cultivator couldn't have been poisoned for no reason. Hua Si must have done something in secret. No wonder Hua Si hadn't been in a hurry these days. Even if she was afraid of being forcefully kissed, she was still calm and peaceful. No wonder she had been thinking about everything these days, but was afraid of being killed by the strong. It turned out that she was a female thief. She had been prepared. Now it seemed that even if Lu Ye and the others didn't come to Summer Mountain, Hua Si would have been able to leave safely with her methods. Sure enough, those who could be chosen by Tianji were no ordinary people. It was ridiculous that he had thought that she was just a medical cultivator. In the main hall, in front of Pang Huanin, Hua Si was still smiling innocently. "Mountain Master, if you didn't see clearly, you can look at other things." As soon as these words were spoken, the many cultivators of Mount Meru were all frightened out of their wits. No one knew if they had secretly done something evil or not. The muscles on Lu Zhenguan's face were trembling violently, and the corners of his eyes were twitching non-stop. At this moment, how could he not know that he had made a mistake? Between the two women, the one with the gentle temperament was the one with the hidden depths. It was ridiculous that he had always thought that he could control her at will. Lu Zhenguan said in a deep voice, "Since you two entered Summer Mountain, I've treated you well." Hua Si immediately interrupted him. "We saved the cultivators of Summer Mountain, so we entered Summer Mountain. It's fine that Summer Mountain didn't repay our kindness, but Mountain Master even disregarded my wishes and wanted to force us to meet. Is this what you mean by treated well? Mountain Master, ask yourself, is this what a man should do? You can't be called a man if you act like this." The smile on her face was gone, and her eyes were cold. How could she be indifferent when it concerned her own life? Back then, she had saved Lu Zhenguan out of the goodness of her heart. Who knew that Lu Zhenguan would value her so highly? It would have been fine if he valued her highly. If they had cooperated properly, Hua Si might have agreed. However, Lu Zhenguan wanted more. These days, Lan Zi thought that she was calm in the face of danger, but in fact, she was secretly deploying her own means, waiting for the right time to strike a heavy blow. When the time came, with her secret means and Lan Zi's powerful strength, it would not be difficult to escape from this place. The arrival of Lu Yi and the others today only pushed her plan forward. Lu Zhenguan was embarrassed by her words, and now that he was captured and his life was out of his control, he was so angry that he blurted out, "Bitch, how dare you bully me?" Clang, the sound of a blade suddenly rang out, and everyone in the hall stared in shock at Lu Yi, who had just swung his blade. Lu Zhenguan's eyes were also filled with disbelief, as if he didn't expect that someone would dare to kill him in Mount Meru. He was so arrogant just now, even if his life was in the hands of others, but he knew that Ziwei Dao Palace couldn't really kill him, because Ziwei Dao Palace had been trying to join forces with them to fight against the corpse race and kill him for so many years. If that happened, the two forces would become mortal enemies, and there would be no possibility of joining forces. Pang Huanin was young, but she was experienced in dealing with things, so it was impossible for her not to understand this. Therefore, he was fearless. However, this fearlessness was cut off by a saber at this moment. "You!" Lu Zhenguan stared at Lu Yi, unable to understand. What was this guy doing? Pang Huanin didn't say anything, but he attacked without warning. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done it earlier. Why would he do it now? Puff. Ing Wuji, who had been standing behind Lu Zhenguan all this time, hurriedly stepped back and looked at Lu Yi with a bitter expression. "Why didn't you say anything before attacking? You almost made me bleed. If I can't make the decision, then I'll find someone else who can." Lu Yi shook the blood off the long saber in his hand and looked at the group of furious Mount Meru cultivators. He raised the long saber in his hand and pointed at them. "Or we can kill our way out." Looking at his determined attitude, Hua Si felt a warm current in her heart. She could feel that Lu Yi didn't have the intention to kill Lu Zhenguan before, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Ing Wuji to kill him. The reason why she had slashed out without any warning was because Lu Zhenguan had scolded her. A simple insult, but Lu Yi decisively took his life. If Lu Zhenguan knew about it in the underworld, he would definitely regret saying that. Now that they had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, Hua Si naturally didn't hold back anymore. The spiritual power around her surged, and a circle of green air suddenly rippled out. In the next moment, the expressions of 7 or 8 of the 10 Mount Meru cultivators in the hall changed drastically. Green mist rolled around their bodies, and their spiritual power condensed. When Hua Si showed her ability before, many of the Mount Meru cultivators still had a fluke heart, but now they didn't dare to do so. No one had noticed when this woman, who was as gentle as water, had poisoned them. Many of them had not even seen Hua Si's face before this. Since I can detoxify, I can also use poison. My senior brother's temper is not very good. Everyone of Mount Meru, you should think carefully before you answer. Don't make a river of blood when the time comes. There will be no way to clean up the mess. Hua Si lightly warned. Even if she didn't warn them, who would dare to act rashly in this situation? The death of Lu Zhenguan greatly damaged Mount Meru's reputation, but its foundation was not shaken. However, if everyone here died, Mount Meru would definitely be in chaos. For a moment, the bodies of the Mount Meru powerhouses stiffened. Both Pang Huanin and Elder Shao were dumbfounded. Since the arrival of Hua Si and Lan Zi, it had only been a few dozen breaths, and all kinds of unforeseen events really caught everyone off guard. With Lu Zhenguan dead, all the Mount Meru powerhouses in the hall were under the control of others. It could be said that Lu Yi and the others completely controlled the bureau with the strength of 4 people. With such means, the Ziwei Daoist Palace was no match for them. With a sigh, an elderly man stepped forward and bowed to Lan Zi. Palace Master Pang, this old man is untalented, but I should be able to represent Lin Yaoping. Until now, they still thought that Lin Yaoping was the one in charge here, and everything that happened before was under Lin Yaoping's instructions or hints. Lan Zi was also helpless. In today's matter, she and Elder Shao were just spectators. Old mister, if you have something to say, you can tell ya in detail, Lin Yaoping said. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the mountain master, who was brimming with killing intent. Without beating around the bush, he said bluntly, today's matter is indeed unpredictable. Putting aside the merits and demerits, I, Pang Huanin, can agree to Miss Lu Ye's proposal. You can leave safely later. However, I have a condition. If you don't agree to it, I, Pang Huanin, will do my best to keep you here. Chapter 821. Lu Ye's words were a mixture of carrot and stick, clearly expressing Mount Meru's attitude. No one questioned him. The main reason was that they couldn't question him. Too many people's lives were in his hands. They thought that by saying this, everyone would sit down and have a good talk. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi just looked at the old man coldly and said, "You can try." Murderous intent surged as if there was no one around. Ing Wuji was alarmed and almost couldn't help but lean against the wall. He had been very close to Lu Yi recently and had fought with him before. He thought that he knew Lu Yi more or less. However, he had never seen Lu Ye's face full of hostility. Even when the other party had already admitted defeat, Lu Yi was still unwilling to give them a way out. It was as if he really wanted to slaughter everyone here. He didn't doubt Lu Ye's ability, especially under the premise that most of the Mount Meru experts here were poisoned. If they really fought, he, a ghost cultivator, might not have an easy time. As this thought flashed in his mind, Ing Wuji looked at Hua Si, who was standing beside Pang Huanin. How could he not understand that this medical cultivator must be extremely important to Lu Yi? It was fine if he didn't know about Mount Meru before, but now that he knew, he would naturally be furious. Thinking of this, Ing Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air and glanced at Lu Yi, thinking that this guy was really sinister. That giant armor has a close relationship with him. It's fine if he secretly hid it from him, but now there's Hua Si too. Jiuzhou Tianji sent a total of 9 people here. These 3 people were already a small group. He secretly warned himself that he must be more careful in the future. He didn't want to be betrayed by Lu Ye and still help him count the money. The old man of Mount Meru was a little embarrassed after being snubbed. If it was any other time, he would definitely be furious. However, when he thought of Lu Zhenguan's example, he could only suppress his anger. Pang Huanin sighed. Yeah, they are humans after all. Over the past 1,000 years, many corpses have died in their hands. She was going to intercede. The last thing she wanted was to see her clansmen kill each other. As humans, even if they died, they should die in the battle with the corpses. They shouldn't waste their strength in internal strife. Lu Zhenguan died a little regretfully. Hua Si, who was standing beside her, said. Only then did Lu Yi retract his killing intent and lower his blade. Tell me about it. The old man let out a long sigh and looked at Pang Huanin gratefully. After a moment of consideration, he said, I would like to ask Miss Hua Si to detoxify the poison in our bodies. This was a reasonable request. Now that he was in a disadvantageous position, how could he dare to say anything overboard? It was just that Lu Yi was in a fit of anger just now, which almost put him on the spot. Hua Si immediately tossed out a jade bottle. This is an antidote. The old man raised his hand and took it. His gaze was unhurried. This old man wants to test the efficacy of the medicine. Miss Hua Si won't mind, right? Of course not. The old man nodded slightly and poured out a spirit dan from the bottle. He stuffed it into his mouth and sat down cross-legged to refine it. Behind him, a group of Mount Meru cultivators nervously watched. The effect of the detoxification pill was very fast. In just 30 breaths of time, the green mist that shrouded the old man slowly dissipated. The old man could also feel that the stagnant spiritual power in his body was gradually returning to normal. A moment later, he had completely recovered. After confirming the efficacy of the detoxification pill, the old man stood up and nodded slightly at Hua Si. Miss, you keep your promise. Mount Meru is not an unscrupulous organization. Do you want to leave now or rest for the night? Pang Huanin couldn't help but laugh. If you stay here to rest, you will feel uneasy, and we will feel uneasy too. Let's go now, or else we will hate each other. Gash, Fei. The old man signaled. At the same time, he raised the super Baochuanra in his hand. After a while, several streams of light flew out from the main hall of the Spirit Peak and headed straight for the door. There was no one else but the old man who was traveling with Lu Yi and the others. This also showed the sincerity of Mount Meru in sending them away. They didn't say anything along the way. When they arrived at the door, the old man ordered the cultivators on duty to activate the door. Pang Huanin took advantage of the free time and said, if the zombie disaster on the Wushuang continent is not eliminated, the human clan will have a hard time establishing itself in the future. Mount Meru should think about it carefully. If you make a decision, inform the Ziwei Daoist Palace as soon as possible. The old man didn't comment. Sorry to trouble you, Palace Master Pang. Pang Huanin sighed. She knew that he didn't take her advice seriously, so she didn't say anything more. She looked at the door that had appeared in front of her and said, Yi, you go first. Lu Yi didn't waste time. She grabbed Hua Si's arm and urged her spiritual energy to protect her. At the same time, she ordered Lan Zi, second junior sister, you stay behind. Lan Zi was confused. What second junior sister? Who is second junior sister? Mount Sumeru had no intention of making things difficult for them. Not to mention the fact that Lu Yi and the others had already shown enough strength. Even with Lu Zhenguan's death, Mount Sumeru still had a lot of mess to clean up, so they were more than happy to send Lu Yi and the others away as soon as possible. At this critical juncture, How could they cause any unnecessary trouble? When second junior sister, who was guarding the rear, walked out of the door with a speechless look, the door of Mount Meru quickly closed and disappeared. Is it done? Pang Huanin looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at Ing Wuji. Ing Wuji was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. It's done. It was a simple matter. If he couldn't even do it, he wouldn't have the face to come back and see Lu Yi. Lan Zi frowned. What the hell are you doing? What was done? She felt that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji seemed to have some unspeakable secrets, but she didn't want to ask in front of outsiders. Elder Xiao is pushing the door of the Taoist palace. Please wait for a moment. Pang Huanin looked at Elder Xiao and said. She then looked at Hua Xi and Lan Zi with interest. Yeah, aren't you going to introduce them? Lu Yi pointed at Lan Zi. This is my second junior sister, Lan Zi. Lan Zi's eyes widened. She was finally sure that the second junior sister Lu Yi mentioned was her. This is junior sister Hua Xi. Lu Yi pointed at Hua Xi and introduced Pang Huanin to Hua Xi and Lan Zi. Lan Zi nodded slightly, but Hua Xi bowed gracefully. Pang Huanin returned the greeting and glanced at the four people in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh. You're all dragons and phoenixes among men. What kind of magical world was the 9 states? It could give birth to so many outstanding people. If the Wushuang continent had such a foundation, the zombie plague wouldn't be a problem. She felt a little sad. Okay, let's go. Elder Xiao had already calculated the direction of the Ziwei Taoist Palace's door. He said and led the way. Everyone followed closely behind on their flying spiritual artifact. Along the way, Lan Zi looked at Hua Xi, who was sitting on the Lu Yi spirit boat. She was almost leaning her entire body into Hua Xi's embrace. She couldn't help but snort softly. Indeed, people would forget their old love when they had a new love. Previously, the two sisters had protected each other and got along so well. Now that they had a man, all sisters had to stand aside. She suddenly accelerated and approached Ing Wuji. She needed to ask Ing Wuji about the current situation and the whereabouts of the others. Most importantly, what was their relationship with the Ziwei Taoist Palace? Yeah, this doesn't seem to be the 9 states. Our battlefield marks are not responding at all. I know. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. Yeah, did you find giant armor? I wanted to ask Mount Meru to keep an eye on your whereabouts, but that Lu Zhengguan isn't a good person, so I had to give up. There's no clue about giant armor. Don't worry about him. Lu Yi frowned even harder. Actually, even if you didn't come this time, I still had a way to get away. When we saw the flying cloud handkerchief, Lan Zi and I knew that someone from the 9 states must have come. Yeah, did you know about me and used the flying cloud handkerchief to remind us? Dong. Lu Yi couldn't help but hit Hua Xi's head. She gritted her teeth and said, Can you be normal? Yi Zichen shouted one leaf after another. It was so awkward. Hua Xi didn't get angry. She just rubbed her head and teased, What? Others can call you that, but I can't? With a mocking look on his face, Zhang Xian raised his head to look at Pang Huanin. Their eyes met. Pang Huanin pursed her lips and smiled. She turned back and continued on her way. How can I decide what others call me? I came here as Pang Huanin's entourage. She can't call me fellow Taoist. Lu Yi explained. That's true. Hua Xi was relieved. Forget it. I won't bother you anymore. The corners of her eyes curved and she was in a good mood. By the way, what's the situation with second junior sister and little junior sister? Hua Xi remembered something. To the people of this realm, I'm the eldest senior brother, and Ing Wuji is the 7th junior brother. That means Lan Zi is the 2nd junior brother, and you're the youngest. I see. Zhu Xing understood. Then how did you get together with Palace Master Pang? Is she trustworthy? After suffering at Mount Meru, Lu Yi didn't have a good impression of the people of this so-called secret realm. She felt that they were a group of incompetent people who could only tremble in the face of the chaos of the outside world. This woman is different from Mount Meru. The Ziwei Daoist Palace is also different from the other two secret realms. If we need help, only the Ziwei Daoist Palace can help. We can't count on the other two. You have a plan. Lu Yi heard the hidden meaning in his words. I'm almost done talking. The next step is to see how determined the Ziwei Daoist Palace is. If they're determined enough, this trip won't be too difficult. Zhu Xing rolled his eyes. So we're the ones begging them? We need each other. After all, this is their realm, and we're just passers-by. What do I need to do? Use your medical skills. You'll be very busy when the time comes. When the battle started, many people would be injured or poisoned. Zhu Xing's role would be reflected. This was probably why Jiuzhou Tianji chose him as the team's medical cultivator. Chapter 822. How did you enter Mount Meru? Lu Yi asked. Hua Xi then briefly recounted the process of her and Lan Zi entering Mount Meru. When she mentioned how she detoxified the origin corpse poison on the cultivators of Mount Meru, Pang Huanin, who was flying in front, suddenly turned her head with an incredulous expression. Junior sister, you can detoxify the origin corpse poison? Hua Xi nodded silently. At first, she didn't expect that her ability would be valued so highly. Later, when she entered Mount Meru, she had some insight, but it was already too late. Now that Lu Yi was by her side, there was no need to hide anything. I see. Pang Huanin understood. She was wondering why a person like Lu Zhengguan would want to marry her. It turned out that junior sister Iya had such ability. In the Peerless Continent, there had been no cure for the origin corpse poison for thousands of years. Countless cultivators had lost their lives to the origin corpse poison. Among the three great secret realms, the Ziwei Dao Palace had the most deaths because of this, because they had the most intense battle with the corpse race. If someone had such ability, the Ziwei Daoist Palace wouldn't have lost so many people over the years. When Lu Zhengguan learned about this, he naturally coveted it. In his position, how could he miss such a talent? However, he used the wrong method to make them stay, and in the end, he died with everlasting regret. They rushed all the way until dawn. Under the lead of Elder Xiao, they arrived at a mountain peak. According to Elder Zhao's calculation, the Ziwei Daoist Palace would be nearby in one day. They could open the door here and return to the Daoist Palace. Along the way, everyone was travel-worn and sat down to rest. Lu Yi set up an array nearby to prevent the corpse race from disturbing them. Compared to the others, he recovered very quickly. He only needed to take a few more spirit pills. When he looked up, he saw Pang Huanin, who was in charge of guarding, standing not far away. She had her hands behind her back and was looking in a certain direction. Lu Yi got up and walked to her side. He followed her gaze but saw nothing. Pang Huanin said softly, "What was the Wushuang continent like 1,000 years ago? Now we can only read a little about it in the ancient books left by our ancestors. Now, the Wushuang continent is in ruins and corpses are everywhere. I don't know what the future of the human race is." She was full of worries. Lu Yi listened quietly and did not interrupt. Pang Huanin sighed. The Pure Heaven Temple used to be one of the top labor forces of our human race, but now it has been occupied by the corpse race, and its secret realm has become a place for the corpse race to raise corpses. After so many years, our human race can't even figure out how strong the Golden Corpse King is. Has no one fought with him? Lu Yi asked. Pang Huanin said, 400 years ago, the Palace Lord of the Dao Palace led a group of people to attack the Turbid Heaven Temple. Unfortunately, they were almost wiped out before they could even see the face of the Golden Corpse King. In the end, only a few people escaped, but they all died not long after because of their heavy injuries. She turned to look at Lu Yi. Yi, I don't know what your plan is. I just want to ask, how confident are you? If I can kill my way into the secret realm of the mysterious realm of the mysterious realm of the mysterious realm of the mysterious realm, then 100%. Pang Huanin's pupils shrank. Generally speaking, those who spoke with such certainty were not trustworthy, because the future was unpredictable, and who could be completely sure of something that had not happened yet? However, these words came from Lu Ye's mouth, so Pang Huanin did not doubt it at all. So, you must enter the pure heaven's secret realm. Lu Yi nodded. It's difficult. Pang Huanin shook her head and gestured to the front. That's the place where the corpse race is the most concentrated. The 3 corpse commanders under the Golden Corpse King are all powerful, and the corpse race is even more difficult to calculate. Is the pure heaven temple there? Lu Yi suddenly interrupted her. Pang Huanin's movement just now had caught his attention. Pang Huanin was stunned for a moment, then she nodded and said, "It's about 5,000 miles away from here. To be honest, this place is already the periphery of the pure heaven temple." Lu Yi fell into deep thought, and after a long while, he suddenly said, "Maybe we don't need to fight the corpse race head-on. I'll go over there and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed into the sky and headed straight in that direction. Pang Huanin looked at his back in shock and felt helpless for a moment. The commotion alerted the rest of the people who were resting, but no one asked anything. Even Hua Xi quickly closed her eyes and continued to recuperate. With the support of the wind-walking wings, Lu Yi turned into a fiery red stream of light. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, he flew very high. Before he set off, the people of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance gave him 4 sealed pillars of Heavenly Secret Realm. After arriving at the Wushuang continent, it happened that there were 4 secret realms here. The human race had 3 of them, and the corpse race had 1. This was obviously not a coincidence. The 4 sealed pillars of Heavenly Secret Realm were to be used in the 4 secret realms. Now that the human race had left 1 pillar of Heavenly Secret Realm each, only the secret realm of the Pure Heaven Temple was left. As long as the last pillar of Heavenly Secret Realm could be placed in the secret realm of the Pure Heaven Temple, the purpose of this trip would basically be achieved. Therefore, Lu Yi had to enter the secret realm of the Pure Heaven Temple. Now that he knew that the secret realm was not far away, he naturally had to check it out. Maybe if he was lucky, he would be able to sneak in directly. The Pure Heaven Secret Realm was different from the 3 secret realms of the human race. The 3 secret realms of the human race were drifting in the void, ethereal and untraceable, but the Pure Heaven Secret Realm was fixed in the Pure Heaven Temple. This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Yi. Looking down through the clouds, he could vaguely see the scenery on the ground. Pang Huanin was right. The place where they were before was already considered the periphery of the Pure Heaven Temple. The deeper they went, the easier it was to find the whereabouts of the corpse race. The yellow clouds shrouded the place, which was the place where the rotting corpses were raised. As for the lone zombies, it was not easy to find their whereabouts. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yi stopped, gathered his spiritual energy in his eyes, and looked down. Even though there was a great distance between them, a huge door was imprinted in their eyes. It was the door of the Pure Heaven Temple's secret realm. Different from the doors of the 3 secret realms, the door of the Pure Heaven Temple had a physical existence. It was as if a square hole had been broken open in the space, and multicolored light flowed in the hole, connecting 2 worlds. Corpses were constantly coming in and out of it, and it looked extremely lively. Near the door, there were even more corpses gathered and cultivated. Lu Yi could not help but frown. In such a situation, it was not easy to sneak in, and once his whereabouts were exposed, he would not end well. Even if a ghost cultivator like Ing Wuji were to do this, there might not be a chance of success. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi activated concealment and breath control to strengthen himself, trying his best to hide everything, and slowly floated down. Compared to the concealment method unique to ghost cultivators, he relied on the power of spirit tattoos, and each had its own advantages. Many corpses obviously did not expect that someone would be so bold as to sneak into their hinterland alone. In addition, Lu Yi was careful enough, so although there were many corpses near the door, he did not expose himself until he landed in front of the door. Reaching this step could be considered a good start, but the next test was, with the experience in the Silver Snake Valley secret realm, how could Lu Yi not know that once he stepped into this door, his whereabouts would be exposed? However, he did not need much time. As long as he could get rid of the corpses at the beginning, 10 breaths of time would be enough. Taking a light breath, Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed on the hilt of his saber, and stepped inside. His vision spun, and when he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the secret realm of the heavenly temple. Looking up, Lu Yi could not help but frown. As far as his vision could see, the densely packed corpses were difficult to calculate. Pairs of turbid and lightless eyes gathered on him in astonishment. He originally thought that the number of corpses outside the door was enough, but after entering the door it was like seeing a big witch. Even though the Wushuang continent was broken, it had given birth to many human beings over the years. Except for the normal life and death, many of these human beings were turned into zombies, or turned into zombies by rotting corpses and turned into members of the zombies under the devil. The corpses he encountered in the wild were scattered, and there were not many of them. That was because 99% of the corpses were gathered in the heavenly temple. One could imagine how large the number of corpses gathered here was. When many gazes looked over, even Lu Yi felt a mountain-like pressure, because there was no lack of powerful auras among these corpses. Damn it! This thought immediately emerged in Lu Ye's mind. In such a situation, not to mention settling down the sealed Tianji pillar, if he really fell into it, it would be an extravagant hope for him to escape unscathed. Even as this thought appeared in his mind, a powerful force suddenly awakened in the depths of the arcane pocket realm. It was impossible to say how far away it was, but Lu Yi felt as if his skin was as soft as a bull's, and his heart was filled with alarm. For no reason, Lu Yi knew that he had been bitten by the Golden Corpse King. With his current strength, only this Golden Corpse King could bring him such pressure. Overlord level. Lu Yi immediately had a rough estimate of the Golden Corpse King's strength in his heart. This was definitely an Overlord level existence, and it was not an Overlord level in an abnormal sense. Back in the Fox Immortal Valley, there were actually 200 fox demons who surrounded and hunted the Overlord level Berserk giant ape. With the help of the formation set up by Lu Yi, more than half of them were killed in the battle. However, the Berserk giant ape was only a demon beast after all. Even if its strength was at the Overlord level, its intelligence would not be too high. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into Yang Yu's formation and been created by the formation. This Golden Corpse King was undoubtedly stronger and more difficult to deal with than the Berserk giant ape. If the people of the Fox Immortal Valley had surrounded the Golden Corpse King that day, no matter how many formations Lu Yi had set up, the entire army would have been wiped out. Roar! The roar of the corpses rang out. After a brief moment of shock, many corpses realized that someone had broken into their territory and immediately swarmed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi hurriedly retreated and stepped out of the secret realm, no longer hiding. The corpses outside were also alarmed.